'Cause I'ma let you out, I'ma let you in. You're my enemy. If you would let me go, I will let you in. So come for me, 'cause I'ma let you out, I'ma let you in. You're my enemy. If you would let me go, I will.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the SMITE Tactics. This time we don't have patch notes. We've been working under the hood for quite some time. The team has been doing a great job. But this is a patch preview. We're looking for this to come out next week, but there's been some pretty big changes that we've been experimenting with, Scott.
Yeah, so the patch is still TBD as to when it will come out. We're aiming for next week. But yeah, basically what this was is letting you guys know what we're going to be experimenting with in this next patch and what we've kind of been up to as a whole.
I mean, I think we should just start straight into it. So we have a brand new experimental game mode.
Yep, introduce it, Adonis.
And
I'll take it over from there.
Basically, the main objective has moved away from killing your opponent's leader to now killing their towers, which are still actually changing kind of what the towers look like as well.
Yeah, so we'll go ahead and get into game here so you guys can take a look at this as well. But basically, from a high level here, what we've decided to do was change our gameplay from instead of killing the leader, you now have structures on the map that you're supposed to kill. Right now, what we'll show you is going to be towers, but it doesn't really make sense that they're towers because towers, it implies that you can take damage back, so we're going to be tweaking what that is, but the idea stays the same. There is going to be 2 objectives on the map that you are responsible to kill in order to win the game.
And, I mean, this is still, like you said, experimental. So
it's
we are
totally experimental.
We're changing values. We're changing a lot of things. You still do have your leader on board, though. We'll showcase it when we get into game.
Yes.
So all these leaders, a couple adjustments, actually, with their abilities that I'm not sure if we're going to go over just yet. But they also have seen some stat changes. So most of the leaders are now losing a little bit of their health as well.
Yeah, so the big thing here is that even though there's still structures on the board, or now that there's structures on the board, you also have a leader. So your leader is still going to function the exact same way, except that's not the objective of the game to win. Instead, what he allows you to do is take control of board advantage and move forward and spawn units around him. Now, if your leader is to die, we're messing around with 2 different things right now. Okay. The current idea is that when your leader does die, the leader card actually gets added back to your hand, and then you can play the leader for a mana cost. And I think we kind of just lost.
Yeah, I don't know if this is on screen for you guys, but we don't actually have the game on screen. Someone's messing with the TV settings.
But so, anyways, we can kind of walk through all of it. So, big high-level questions here. Number 1, right, and this is something that everyone should probably be asking themselves is, does it matter what order you kill your towers in? The answer right now is no. So we've messed around with having a tower order in which you had to kill them in order to win the game. But the reality of it is that at the beginning, we didn't have any movement blockers on the board. So as you can see here in the middle of the map, there's movement blockers. We didn't have any of those. So what ended up happening is people just kind of ran by one another, and it was like waving at someone on the highway, right? You're like, oh, hey, buddy, I'll meet you on the other side. And left player 2 with next to no counterplay at all, which really just felt bad. So we added movement blockers, and then we decided, you know what, maybe it's just better if you can just kill the towers however you want. And that opened up a lot of strategies.
And we also, I believe, tried single towers as well. So, I mean, this is very experimental still, right?
Yes,
just like trying to figure out what's going to play the best, what's going to feel the best. I think a common question here is, obviously, you kind of mentioned it earlier, but let's go over it again. What happens when your leader dies?
So when your leader dies, you lose your leader and you lose his ability, but you get a leader card added into your hand. And then you can use that leader card again to summon him at the beginning of the next game, or of the next turn, unless it was already your turn, and then you can play him right away. So in theory, if you were playing as Odin and you went and attacked Anubis and you died, right, and you got that leader card added back to your hand, you can just play it for the mana. So as long as you have the mana, you can play Odin again immediately.
And so, I mean, this is all still very work in progress. Are there any other cards being redesigned this patch? Because it's obviously, it's going to be a little bit before, since our last patch came out.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot, but before we get into that, it is important to note, as you guys can see, which I'm assuming you can see.
I can't. I'm
well,
assuming
Austin,
they can see
if you
as well.
could be so kind and try to deploy a unit here. So one of the big changes that we made was that towers can now have units be deployed around them. And the reason why we made that change is for one of 3 reasons. One, since your leader can now... there it is, look! We can finally see now. So you can now spawn around the towers or your leader. And the reason this was done is since when your leader died, if you couldn't just spawn around the towers, you just couldn't do anything. So then the game had to end. So we had to add additional spawn points around the map. And so the Egyptian map, which is what everyone's taking a look at now, this has one base layout where the towers are actually on the same row, but the Norse one has staggered. And we're going to keep messing around with different layouts and different movement blockers. So anyone at home, Deathwalker, I'm sure you're out there. If you want to screenshot this image right now and send me ideas for where you want the towers to be or movement blockers, let me know and we can get them added in there.
And yeah, so another thing important to note too is that killing the leader it's important to get it off the field, but that has no relation to winning the game. It's strictly killing the opponent's structures, correct?
Yes, that is correct. So how we've looked at this is, so we basically reduced all of the leader health by a lot since, obviously they can respawn, and we wanted to make it feel impactful. We wanted you, if you're going to commit with your leader, then you actually have to commit, and then you can put yourself in harm's way. And so what this game mode has really allowed us to do is heavily theme each of our pantheons for set strategies. Because before, when you kind of played, you're like, okay, Norse, I guess they're kind of aggro, I get it. Egypt, I guess they're just spell heavy, maybe? Or is it just because they have really strong spells? There was no true identity for Egypt. And you guys have heard me talk about this before. So when we made this change, we said, well, let's actually give clear identities to every single pantheon. And we actually took it a step further. Instead of just having a one style fits all inside of the pantheon, we've given a unique play style for each leader inside of each pantheon.
Okay, I mean, can you just give us a little bit of overhead on a couple of the pantheons and what you're aiming to do with them?
Yeah, so if we go ahead and take a look at, Austin, could you add Isis to your hand, please? So currently right now, you guys will see that you can add a leader card. This is what the leader card would look like. We still need to get the mana on there. And so when you play Isis, can you hover on her? So what she now does is she returns a random friendly unit with Afterlife that died this turn to your hand. And so obviously, we had Book of the Dead, we had a lot of these sacrifice cards, and we have the only Afterlife units, with the exception of Al Kwong, who we've actually redesigned in this as well, actually lives inside Egypt. So it just made sense that we had to do something with the Afterlife, and we put it all on Isis. So Isis is all about bringing units with Afterlife back into the playing field.
And so each Pantheon's going to feel very, a lot more unique than I think they have before, where you do have those not necessarily predetermined play styles, but the theme is very centered around kind of this one strategy.
Yeah, and so then the other card that we looked at was, well, Osiris, right? And Osiris kind of got into a weird spot, and I apologize. I wouldn't actually want to go on the record, and I want to apologize to everyone for leaving the tether the way it was for as long as I did. It was one of those ideas that I think I just got attached to, and I was like, this is a really cool idea. I want to kind of do this. Let's see if we can make it work. And it didn't work out. So what we decided to do with Osiris was completely redesign him. And we said, okay, you know what? He is the Lord of the Afterlife. If he's going to be the Lord of the Afterlife and we're going to have units dying that benefits Isis, let's make him cost 1 less for every unit that dies this turn. So you can take a look at him here. So if those 2 units die, he gets reduced down to 4 mana.
Okay.
And so really, this has a lot of combo synergy with everything else. You have Appeasement, you have Dying Wish, especially Dying Wish. I don't think I've ever seen Dying Wish added into any deck ever, period, since the existence.
A few times.
I
but
think
not a
I
lot.
did when I first put him in the game, and I was like, yeah, this is cool. But then I was like, oh no, it's not that cool. So yeah, so now that card Dying Wish actually has a very good use case for it.
And just to that regard, do you have any plans right now, high level at least, for the neutral set? Are you trying to do anything with them specifically right now, or is the focus on getting these Pantheons into more stylistic play styles?
Yeah, so I guess we can go ahead and take a look at some Greek cards here. So this is going to be just a general change that we have made to the mechanic guard. And so I'm assuming there's a lot of you out there who will be quite happy about this. I know Adonis has been very vocal internally about this. So guard will no longer affect units. So what this means is that guard, since we've added these structures, now what guard does is it protects your structure and it protects your leader. So when you place a guard unit, you basically can't do any damage to the tower. And so what this opens up is it's all about the movement, right? You got to take out the guard before you can do it, or you can silence the guard and then you can attack the tower. But we realized that guard was just kind of anti-fun, and it was not really thematic because you put these guys who should be frontline blockers in the back and just kind of grouping around you. Mm-hmm. And I think that's actually verbatim what Kevin has said to me every single day since we put guard into the patch. And
it's
so it took some time, but we got it.
We got it.
But so now guard is going to be something that isn't only inside of the Greek Pantheon. We've actually kind of branched it out into, there's 3 new guard units inside of the neutral Pantheon. So like Stirrups, for example, has guard on him, and he is now became a 1/3/2 drop. And it's really just because when you're dealing with Norse, who we'll get into here in a second, who is super aggro focused, who wants to really rush down the towers, you need those early drops. And so we've made adjustments across the board, and we've got Greek feeling really, really good. I'm actually very happy with how they feel. They're all about the control. Poseidon has a brand new ability. But the big thing here is that we've never actually had a traditional aggro in our game. And the reason why is because when, like, Cursed Warriors, for example, right? That card should be so nuts because you're getting 2/2/1s.
Oh, yeah.
Right? But in reality, and for 1 mana, right? It should be nuts, but it's not, because when you're attacking into the leader, you're taking return damage and you're losing these units. But now, since you're attacking into the tower, we actually see that a rush strategy can work out, and so we actually have my dream, which was a swarm aggro, actually working now. So it's really awesome to see.
And I know there's a couple other adjustments you've made into the Norse Pantheon. I actually really Hunter Sigil. I love it so much more now. I don't know if you want to spoil what's changed about that.
Go for it.
So that one's actually going to be spawning 3 units now, which just feels a lot more. It feels like you're being aggro and swarmy, where I'm just like, I spawn my hunters and my warriors.
So
I have
here's
5
the big
units
thing,
now.
right? As you can look at Austin's screen here. So now when you're spawning 3 1/1 Curse Hunters for 2 mana, and I know it sounds nuts, but trust me, guys, it's actually relatively balanced. Norse is still realistically kind of on the weaker end so far in our testing, but the nice thing about it is that you can do a traditional go wide strategy because you have multiple spawn points, right? You can spawn around your leader, you can spawn around towers, so you can put one at one tower, one at the other, and then one around your leader, and then play mayhem, and it's just pew, 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 pew.
And it also, I will say, it feels like generally we're seeing actually a lot more units on the board as well, instead of before where the game was very much like I play a unit and then it's just a clear battle.
Yes.
Now, sometimes you'll be fighting on multiple fronts as well, where I'm attacking, the enemy's top right tower while I'm trying to defend my bottom left, and I can, instead of spawning on my leader aggressively, I need to spawn my Geb defensively at my own tower to try and deal with his units. And so you get a lot more action in these games.
Yes, there's a lot more action. Now, the one thing I forgot to cover on, and I apologize for this, is that leaders, when they die, if they die again, they cost 1 more mana. So you can't just kind of rush down and
spam.
Die and die and die. It's going to cost you in the long run. And that's just the experimental. That might change by the time it goes out, but that's what we're working with.
And those, numbers are always being tweaked. Again, this is kind of this new experimental game mode. Let's talk a little bit about, too, because I see you have the Frenzy card here you wanted to talk about, which was a lot more movement coming into the game as well now.
Yes. So when we made this change, we realized, okay, well, movement now matters, right?
A lot.
And like before, like Heavenly Agility, that was, for all intents and purposes, that was a Timmy card. That was
fun.
That was like, I do this when I'm having fun and I have Netflix on my other monitor, and I'm just like,
he's a nice guy,
right? And I'm just like running around. Now, when I put it on Poseidon, I'm lightning. I'm all over the place. So we've added a lot more movement, and so Frenzy, what we've done is we've said, now you get +2 movement and you get +2 attack. And so you can imagine with all the other changes that you've seen so far in the Norse Pantheon, and It's really so far the Hunter, Sigil, Frenzy, and Soul, and we'll get into Soul in a second. You can just see how much more it opens up, and so when you want to rush down the tower and get that final blow, you're able to do it.
Are we going through all the card changes? I mean, we shouldn't.
There's some. I mean, they're all subject to change, though. We can kind of do whatever. I don't have any problem with it.
Let's actually mention here a little bit spell cards, right? Some of
Yeah,
these are now going to be
pretty
affecting.
drastic changes.
Some are going to be affecting towers, some won't. So kind of give me the overhead or the viewers at home and overhead on that.
So right now, and this is again another thing that's kind of in
Testing.
in testing, I guess is a good way of saying it. Is that there's now 4 categories of things inside of our game. So we have towers, so if a card says only deals damage to towers, it only deals damage to towers. Well, obviously it might be power crystals or whatever we call it.
We're still trying with different things.
Then there's leaders. Obviously the same rules kind of apply to leaders. If something only deals damage to leaders, then it doesn't deal damage to units. And then we have units. Now units includes gods and everything else. So
they've all been pushed into one category.
Correct. Now what we have done is cards like Magma Slam. And I think this one actually made it into live for some reason.
Deal 3 damage.
Yeah, it just says deal 3 damage. So this can be used on your own units. This can be used on leaders. This can be used on towers. So if it just says damage, it can be used on everything, including your own units. If it says enemies, it includes everything on the enemy side of the board.
And that's some synergy as well with, afterlife cards, for example, in the
Correct.
Egypt Pantheon, where you're going to be able to, there's going to be times where you're going to want to do that, trade out some of your own units.
Yeah, the main thing is that what we've noticed so far, and Austin's probably the king of it, is if you run Appeasement and Sunders and you have a bunch of units on the board, you Appeasement, your Sunder becomes 0, and you get lucky enough to have Osiris in your hand as well, you can basically play Osiris for like next to nothing. Effectively, you can actually play him for 0.
For 0.
So there's a lot of combo synergy inside of Egypt.
Okay, and anything else you really want to cover? I mean, I think we hit the high-level stuff coming into this next patch. And this is going to, for now, will replace the versus queue, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So we're going to actually do a complete swap out and get your guys' feel on this to see which one you guys like better, which one you don't. But I think the main thing here for me is that any and all feedback you guys have on this, please let me know. Obviously, we're always on Discord. If you have any map changes that you want to see, shoot them over to me. Just give me, it doesn't matter if it's paint and you just put X's on things. I don't care.
It works.
Any of this will help us out in testing. And obviously, some of our best ideas always come from the community. So we would be happy to have all of the feedback we can get.
And that's really just going to cover this patch preview, guys. We don't have the full notes yet. As you've heard multiple times, testing, experimental, we said those words a lot because nothing is 100% final yet. Trying to get the patch out next week sometime, but we will keep you updated whenever we have a more finalized date for that.
Yeah, so Soul doesn't have stealth anymore.
Oh, yeah. Does anyone?
Only Loki.
Only Loki,
Loki's
okay.
the only one who has stealth.
There you go. Loki
Right
pissing,
now?
Loki pissing people off in every single game possible, I think.
Yeah, but the one thing that's a little bit difficult to do is a one-turn kill because there's 2 structures.
Well, yeah, you got to split the map.
We've actually addressed every single problem with this change.
We've done it, Scott. Well, you've done it.
I think.
I just talk to you and you tell other people that you've done it.
Yes,
so
that's right.
There we go.
That is right.
All right, guys. Thank you guys so much for joining us for the patch preview. Again, we will keep you updated on everything, and we really want your feedback. First impressions before you get your hands on it, and then impressions after you get your hands on it. Make sure to post on the forums. Make sure to post on the Reddit and in Discord if you are in that community Discord.
Yes.
It's been Scott, Connie, and Adonis. Thanks for joining us, and stay tuned. We have 2 more things coming up. First, the SMITE patch notes. Something about a racer, I don't know. And then we have a SMITE Tactics tournament that happened earlier this week that we're going to be broadcasting. So if you want to check out some SMITE Tactics action in the old patch, you can be sure to check that out. Thanks for watching, and have a good one.
and we nail them all. I know you're the worrying kind. Is there any way, or do you like not being found? In time the light will fade. Don't you know I worry about you all the time? Anytime you wanna leave tonight, the morning comes and goes, but I'll always be your What a way to go. This incarnation is really wide. The air is getting warm. I know you're the worrying kind. And is there any way? Don't you know I worry about you?
Welcome, welcome, welcome once again to another Patch Notes Extravaganza. 4.6 is here.
Yep.
And what's it called again?
Racer?
Rumble Racer.
Rumble Racer.
Rumble
There you
Racer.
go.
Rumble Racer.
We'll get
Yeah,
to
what's
that
up with that name?
a little bit later on for sure to explain that. But on the desk, joining me straight away to go through the skin section as always is the wonderful Chuck in charge of design art design here at Hi-Rez. Is that right?
I'm the
Director.
Art director.
The director of the art.
Same difference. Larson at the end is just in charge of everything pretty much, is how it is.
All right, I see how it
and
is.
then everyone,
I control Tina.
that's
He does.
That's
he
Tina.
does control me.
Tina,
He
who's in
does.
charge of a
He
few
tries
things,
to.
even herself.
yeah, quite a few things. Well, let's get straight into the skins then. For this week, I'm going to start things off with one that we leaked a little bit earlier on, but we get a closer insight. Winner's Circle Apollo will be available in this patch. And there's a nice little look at that quiff.
Yes.
I love this one.
So we just kept going on the hair this time.
The,
we just
my favorite part
Maximum.
about this skin is when he's in the lobby, he's like twirling his head and stuff, and his hair physics is just going crazy.
Really? Because that's
Yeah.
what a lot of the community was saying was the hair physics.
Yeah.
Talking to
Yeah.
you here, Chuck, by the way, the hair physics just lately have not been the greatest. According to
This-
the community, I'm just saying.
okay.
Has this been fixed now? Is that what we're hearing?
Hair physics are not procedural.
Okay. Okay. Let's
That's
go into
true.
game and see.
We do animate it.
So there's a 75 bone limit, and there's a lot of stuff there.
That is some hair.
Look at that.
That is hair.
Oh my God.
It looks like he's in a race driver outfit. would
He
you believe?
is. He is.
But
I
this one has some hair physics.
And the
correct?
reason for that will reveal itself shortly.
The other thing I
shit.
like about this skin is the different game logos that are on there. It's pretty sweet.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, every good racing outfit has advertisements going on it, and
Yeah.
what better for Apollo to advertise than other Hi-Rez products?
Yep.
It's a win-win.
And then, so the rivet gun was a Travis Brown request special, so we did it.
Yep.
Okay.
It's awesome.
I've not seen
It's
anything
dope.
in this patch this week. so
This
is all new to
skin
me.
is just
throws
the
a
production
tire?
value, yeah,
That's dope.
is crazy. And look at listen to the sounds.
The rivet gun sounds amazing.
Oh, that's gonna be fun.
What's
at
wrong with
super
that
high
Odin?
attack speed.
what?
Oh,
What's
what
wrong
is
with
that?
that Odin?
Oh.
Why is that Odin so fat? Pop
Oh,
on!
man.
God.
He does this every time.
I know.
Don't.
Wow.
There's something wrong with that
just
last
don't
Odin
pay
belt.
attention
Yeah,
to
there's
ignore it for
the
now.
Odin screwed up. It's got like 4 arms.
Yeah, I don't know what's
Odin
wrong
has
with
a
it.
weird trunk.
He's a furry. Odin became a furry? Is that what happened? It's not really a furry, but I guess it's the closest thing to it. Now, obviously, here's the ultimate as
pun.
well.
What? We're driving a car.
He's got a flying
the
car.
sky.
Listen, boys and girls, it's
I've
2017.
wanted a flying car since the 80s,
We all have.
right?
We all have. Like, Back to the Future promised us that we'd be flying at
Yeah.
some point.
They
Well,
lied to us.
You can in a car in this. It's like Flubber as well. See, Flubber car, that's what we've managed to put in now. I like the actual finishing, I like the finishing flag as the destination
Yeah.
point for where you're going to land
That's
as well.
pretty good. Our team really did pretty awesome on
It's
this.
awesome. Okay, stop hitting the fat Odin. There's something wrong with him. And let's go on to the voice pack with Apollo as well.
Yowza! Yowza! You're almost as good as me. Sweet baby Hercules.
I like the southern like NASCAR like.
Yeah, I wonder
Yeah,
where that's
I was-
from.
I wasn't aware that that was what we were doing, but it's pretty cool.
This ain't bumper cars. Go back to the
Kill.
fair.
Looks like bumper cars.
You even drift, bro? I never lose. I only run out of laps, gas, or time. Yeah, but how many crowds per gallon does it get? Yowza!
What's his laugh? I just need to hear his laugh. Yeah, that's annoying enough. Good job, Tina.
Kind of like got a
Tina,
Ricky
did you
Bobby.
do this one?
Mm-hmm,
Okay.
That's quite
He's
polite
got roll
for you.
cage for
Oh!
his shield.
Yeah, we missed that earlier.
There's no sexual innuendos on this one?
I don't think so.
That's good.
That
It
makes
comes in the
change.
other
doing good.
ones.
It comes with the other ones, of course
Just
it
wait,
does.
just wait.
Well, talking about the other ones, let's move along to the next one, which we leaked a little bit early on today. At least part of it as well. It's intergalactic.
Ooh.
Changa.
Oh,
That
man.
looks amazing.
I can't wait to play this skin.
The
That looks
robot.
awesome.
And
The
yeah,
rabbit robot.
the robot just, it's so awesome.
I have not got words. The
I have
card
no
art does
idea.
enough for it. I don't even know what this is going to look like or how it's going to be in the game, but it looks cool.
It's going to
from
look
that.
kind of like this. She's a
Thanks.
space
Thanks.
princess.
Thanks, Chuck. I appreciate that one.
I like her hairdo.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
That robot.
Would we
He's
class
so
it as a bunny,
excited.
or do we
Yeah.
class it as a robot? It's a robot bunny.
It's a
Like,
robot bunny.
It's a robot
Yes.
bunny.
Looks like he's like
He doesn't
humping
like to
her
sit
leg.
It's Bun E.
Is he humping her leg?
Ah, I see what you did there, Tina. That was almost funny.
Oh, I tried.
Good job, Tina.
It does look like he is humping the air,
It does.
like any typical pet rabbit or
Or
animal
like my
generally
Roomba does, you know, when he hits a chair that's got the wrong height,
Oh.
he just kind of dry humps it until he passes out.
Oh, listen to the autos.
I can't wait. The voice pack is really good too,
Oh, I haven't got to hear
because
it yet.
it has more of a, yeah,
Oh, it is? Thanks.
has a little more gruff.
The sounds are amazing, and the animation that goes with it is great.
Take that!
Sweet.
The bunny's so cute.
For the people!
For the people. Oh, we got references too.
For the people.
Oh, yeah, those sounds are very satisfying.
They really are. They bring it all together, I feel, as well.
Chang'e for when you're trying to win matches.
Pretty much. That's how SMITE is right now. You play Changa, you're pretty much going to win matches. Listen to the voice pack as well. It's going to be available with Intergalactic Changa.
Look at the robot. He's doing helicopter head.
You're on top of it. That was amazing. My training paid off. I can be very trigger happy. I've been training for this day my whole life.
I'm glad we didn't go with the robot talking in the BGS.
Oh,
you know what I'm saying?
you'll hear the robot. I don't know. Actually, I don't know
Reception problems are the worst on intergalactic space travel.
how. I don't know how Pawn can make you hear the bunny, but he does.
Is
say
it
stuff.
taunts or is it
Yeah,
jokes?
he does beep boop beep boop beep boop beep boop beep boop boop boop.
So he doesn't speak, he beeps.
Oh, there he goes. He's going back to base.
Goodbye, friend.
Reception problems are the worst on intergalactic space travel. I hate traveling to other planets. Earth has fries. Like, come on.
Come on, bunny.
Woo! For the people.
There it
There
goes.
you go.
He beeped.
Yeah, he says some cute stuff.
And that's a little look at Changa. That'll be available in the next patch. We move on to the next skin, which will be Amazon Athena. She looks like an Amazon warrior right there.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense.
It's very tribal. It's tribal.
Yeah, I do like the tribal tattoos as well on the legs. On the
Oh,
thighs.
wait until you see. The shield is really cool.
It's Amazon from the Amazon jungle,
As
right?
an
Not
Amazonian. Yes, not
Yes,
like
not
Wonder
the
Woman.
Greek. Okay.
Yeah.
That's correct. We should be able to go in game shortly with that. I like her red hair as well. A little bit of a change of hair color for Athena here.
She looks real thick. I agree. I agree,
What?
chat.
Yeah, she does.
You're not supposed to read chat.
Is that what
Oh,
chat's
you're
saying?
right. I'm not reading chat. Look away.
We always read the chat, Tina.
It's right in front of my face. I'm just gonna turn it away then. Oh no.
Oh, that shield is awesome.
Yeah, it's
I
cool.
like that
Yeah.
shield a lot.
And the effects colors on this, Sarah like crammed every color humanly imaginable into them. It's amazing.
It's really good.
I like the old tribal spear as well.
Yeah, the tattoos look
stone.
like they're painted on, which is cool. Like tribal paint, I guess.
War paint, yes.
War paint. Oh, sorry.
She's got
Was that already said?
No, you're good.
She's got Sobek on her head right now as well, by the looks of it.
It looks like she has Hunbats.
Sobek's skull. Oh, is it
on the-
Hunbat's skull? Is that what
on
it is?
the-
On the shield.
on the shield.
Yeah,
it kind of
yeah,
looks
yeah.
like it.
Oh yeah. The
You
effects
zoom
colors are
on.
nice.
Ooh.
That's nice.
What?
The glowing red spear hitting the fat Odin again.
What did Ganesh do to Athena? Why?
Who?
The broken Odin bot.
Oh, is that his nickname now? Oh, you broke Odin.
See you around.
Goodbye,
See
Odin.
you around.
If only commit that happened to the fat one, that'd be fine. And I wasn't talking
I'll
about
be
me.
nice to him.
Now, how can you do the ultimate here?
You gotta
Pom-Pom?
drop a bot.
No, you not thought about that one, had you?
Spawn bot
At least you spawned the
1-1.
right bot this time.
Oh, that's cool.
That is really
I
awesome.
like the color transition.
Yeah, it's really neat.
If you need an early one inside his Athena coming, there's definitely one there. That's for sure.
Remember my face.
Oh, we will. We will. Let's listen to your voice pack as well, then, Athena.
Woo-ha! 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 Keep it up. Great work. I can do it. This is our jungle. Get out. One dip in the river, and the piranhas will eat you alive. Kids will grow up believing the Amazon is a place to shop. I like my men like I like my rainforest. Dark and mysterious.
Is that how you like him, Tina?
Tina. Did
I
you do
don't
this
know.
voice pack too? Or was this fish?
Yeah, it's totally fish.
Throw fish, but none of us for this one. That's Athena. We've still got more to come, and we'll go straight onto it with a World Championship skin this time round. Yes, we've already had the Kronos one,
man.
but the console also had a World Champion. This year it was Eager, and they have a skin coming as well. Ratatoska is here, and my God, this card art is
man.
amazing.
It is the most meta card art.
It's very meta.
Is he playing?
It's so
Okay, now
deep.
is he playing Ratatosker using the skin?
Yes.
As
Oh,
on Team,
man, that
on
hurts.
team
That-
Eager.
That hurts your brain.
That's
That's
crazy.
amazing. Oh,
That- Just that card art, I just want that card art. I'm just going to put it as my desktop background. the
just
whole
get a
time.
poster and hang it up in your
Yeah.
house.
He stuffs his
would.
controller in his pouch too, which I think is so cute.
Does he? What, in
Yeah,
game?
in game, yeah.
Oh, no
he has
way.
a controller instead of the nut.
What is
Yeah.
that bottom right in the card right there with the circle? Oh, never
No, I
mind.
didn't
Too
see
late.
it.
Too
What
Too
is
late.
it
we're in
there?
game.
Too late.
Look how cute.
Look at his little cute
got a
hoodie.
It's pretty awesome.
He looks cute, but damn, ain't he not? Whoa, that's not English.
Damn what? I don't even know what you're trying to say. there, Tina.
not.
He is not. Well,
He's not cute.
his.
He is
you'll see
clearly
his,
cute.
Listen to his voice pack.
Oh, we'll get to that in a minute. We just have another look at his cheekies. All right.
There he
let's
goes. Oh,
show
he's
me
just
some skills.
whipping out his controller.
I like his blue laser fingers.
His color scheme is really soothing. I like it.
Soothing deathly blue. That's what
Yeah.
I like to call it now and again, especially when Ego are playing it. Oh, the Ego in the background too? That's dope. What's he throw out? They controllers?
Yep.
That's cool.
He throws controllers?
I've done that before.
Oh, we all...
Hasn't everyone?
like,
Hasn't
I-
everyone? Be
you know,
honest.
I suck
Real
so
gamers.
bad.
Real
that
I think
gamers
my
will.
husband has like
throw the controller.
broken 4
Really?
of his controllers. Yes.
Yeah, I think
and
you
a
told me
television.
about that one time.
Yep.
I break controllers living with you too, I'm not going to lie.
Man, you guys need to chill. We
Listen,
got problems.
Listen, she started this a couple of weeks ago. She's just getting it back now.
Eager.
I don't even have a comeback to that right now.
No one ever does. No one ever does. And he's got a voice pack as well. We've seen all the abilities. Please, Pom-Pom, get this right.
Woo! Woo! Hot plates! Sick! All I do is win!
Oh, Zapman
He
also
doesn't-
helped me with this, by the way.
Oh, Zapman helped?
Yeah,
Does
I
he talk
contacted
about
him.
his nuts?
You'll
'Cause-
just listen. Just
Okay.
listen. The thing is, he doesn't actually have nuts because I forgot that the controller is going to be the nut.
Yeah.
So when you hear a nut joke, he's actually talking about his nuts, like his.
Okay,
Cock and balls.
Tina.
You mean the ones that he's hidden?
You can't say
Tina.
I
that.
know. I'm
Please.
sorry. His. You know what I mean.
Squirrels
His
don't
nut
even
nuts.
have nuts.
His
What?
berries.
Do they?
They have
How are they
to.
made? He's a mammal.
I've never seen them.
Oh my.
Do you have to see
they
every
inside?
animal's nuts to
Are they
know that they
inside 'em?
exist?
I don't know.
I mean,
Hindu walked off the set.
you haven't seen
know,
Hindu's nuts. I'm sure
every-
they're there.
Show him.
Every week. every patch notes, I just try and keep a little bit of Tina reined in, and it never works.
Never. No.
Not one patch.
Okay, listen to his joke.
I was
line.
here to rein her in, and I
Failed.
I failed.
What's
Okay.
low on the sides and high in the middle. You're KDA.
Ooh.
Oh,
I'm not
snap.
that if it's called tactical feeding. Console? How about you console these nuts?
Yep.
What?
Yep. That was.
You take
Yep.
my
That's a real.
buffers or
Did
what?
Zatman come up with that one?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, be quiet now. Let's just listen to a few more, because I can imagine chat's upset because we keep talking.
Yeah.
What are you, Wood League? Come back when you qualify. What's low on the sides and high in the middle? You're KDA.
Oh, slam.
Now you'll have that to look forward to in the next patch as well. Moving on, we do have a new Tier 2 skin coming at you as well. This one will be Susano, who's going to be getting this skin. Tier 2 Serpent Slayer Susano. I love the colors of this.
Yeah.
They look amazing. And that's all we've got for you, because nobody else wants to speak, clearly.
I was waiting for the skin to appear.
This card, tell me more. It's better than listening to Tina be vulgar, as always.
He's here creating a storm. He's got a metal hat.
He has a metal hat. It's just taking Pop on a long time today. He's a little bit slow. He's been under the weather just lately, so give him a break, guys.
He's
at
been
home.
sick. He ate bad
there he is.
Chinese food.
Yeah.
He's got
poor
outfit
thing.
made out of dragon scales.
Bless
He's
his
got a
heart.
metal hat and a dope
Oh,
sword.
that sword looks
Oh, his
amazing.
sword's different.
Yeah.
Does it gleam as well? Look, it gleams.
All Susano swords have some form
they
of
do?
electrical
I did not know
something.
that. Susanoo's the only guy I've never played.
Ooh, he's got some scales on his pantsies.
Pantsies.
On his
Is that the
pansies.
Pantsies.
So fancy.
Yeah, look
I
at
do
that.
like
Look
the
at
scale
that.
effect, though. The scale
Yeah,
effect was
the
amazing.
It's like he
thing is
killed
cool.
Poseidon and just like
Yeah, this is a really,
skinned him alive.
Yeah, for a tier 2, that's pretty solid. That's really solid.
yeah, it's a good one.
Obviously, the abilities pretty much stay the same, guys and girls at home, as you used to.
And I
with the tier
know
2, but-
people were asking me a lot about the release of Tier 2s, but we just had some temporary hiatusing. We're continuing to release them. So
Oh, cool. So we
as
are
you
doing
can
more
see
tier
here.
2s
Yeah.
again in the future? Awesome.
Yep.
Awesome.
We're
I didn't
going to
know
be
about that either.
continuing. I think we've got one per patch cycle for a little while.
Yep.
Okay. Well, that's it for skins, apart from mastery skins, because, you know, we get new gods every now and again, and Kernonos is one of those. Sorry, Kernonos.
No.
The way I said that.
Kernonos.
Kernonos is one of those, and here's the mastery skins coming through.
Look, he's like, I hate
The
this
pig's
pig.
so cool.
I'm going to kill that pig so hard.
Eat this pig.
He's hating on that pig.
It's kind of like a
It's the way I like a
Lon
Tina on
Chaney
Patch No
Wolfman
shows.
face there.
No, Tina, we don't make jokes like that. Yeah, let's head into game and see how these skins look. There's
Now,
a
we,
little book of
we
the
did
cover.
have to do some slightly different things with
Oh.
Gold Kernos because,
Holy.
yeah. Because he can't actually be all gold because he still needs the color tells for his passive. So,
Right.
note.
Oh, good point.
So what happens then?
All the stuff that is normally colored on normal Kernos is still colored on Gold Kernos.
Okay. So
Oh,
still
cool.
that's actually really dope.
Yes. The artist initially was like, I'm done. And I was like, oh, you broke
wait a
it.
second.
Can you turn the colors back on, please? So I'm going to be enjoying these.
Legendary next, the black version
So I've
with...
been playing a lot of Kernos.
Oh, you have?
I have.
You like OP things then, huh?
I mean,
Huh?
it doesn't
Huh?
hurt. I think he's just super fun,
OP
aside from
things.
his being slightly overpowered.
Yeah. They're always fun when they're OP, Chuck. They're always fun when they're OP. It's always the way. It's true. I want to see the diamond version now. I'm excited.
Yeah.
Oh, that
Damn.
feels good. That looks really
It's
good.
pretty
that one.
good.
Yeah, I like it. It's clear enough as well as
It's-
Witch Dance is in too, which is good.
Yeah,
And it's
that was
not
the
too
important
diamondy.
thing.
I don't like when they're too diamondy.
Yeah, me too.
He
Yeah.
kind of looks more white than he does
Right.
diamondy, you know?
Yeah.
Well, we kept his skin as
Yeah.
skin. He's got kind of the wintry skin, like the recolor.
Yeah. Sweet.
And that is Kernonos. Before, obviously, this is the end of the skins now, and you gentlemen and ladies are going to have to disappear.
The exciting part.
rewards.
Yeah, we do want to
Larson.
talk about that a little bit.
Yeah,
About
so
what?
what's going on with rank right now? Because obviously we said we're going to redo soft resets, right?
So the spring is coming to an end, and we're gonna go into our summer split. And so we'll do a soft reset, so people will have to requalify. But before that, we'll give rewards.
Okay.
So on the God leaderboards, we will have the top 3 players will get gem packs. So number 1, the first place, will get 800 gems. Number 2 will get 400, and number 3 is 300.
Okay, and then it resets
or
again.
200, sorry. Third place is 200.
And then it resets again for the new season.
Yeah, so the God leaderboards will reset.
Right.
So people will be able to, basically grind up the
list
leaderboards.
again. Yeah. Awesome.
And so, so there'll be 765 gem packs for that given out. And then the Grandmaster players will get gem packs.
Awesome.
And so they will get, the top 5 players will get 3,500.
Yeah.
6 through 20 gets 2,500, and 21 through 25 gets 1,500.
Okay, now that's not this patch, is it? That's when
That's
does that happen?
4/7.
4/7.
Yep.
But we're just giving a little bit of a heads up about that for you guys asking questions at home, right?
Yep.
Awesome. Well, that's all we've got time for. Guys, favorite skin this week, Chuck?
I don't know.
Really?
Really?
Okay. I got my favorite.
I
What
got
about you
mine.
then, Larson?
Shang-A. I
Shang-A, it's
mean,
gotta be Shang-A.
the
the
robot
robot bunny
The
is
robot
pretty
bunny is
awesome.
just sweet.
What about you,
Yeah.
Tina?
I'm gonna go with Larson and say
Really?
Shang-A.
Not Ratatosker?
Well, I do like his jokes. They're really good. Shout out to Zapman for
I mean,
helping me, thank you.
Apollo driving a race
But-
car through the sky
And I
is
do
pretty
like
amazing.
Bricky Robbie. So
Okay. Well, speaking about Apollo race car, thank you so much. We actually can go to a nice little video now to explain Apollo's Racer Rumble, the latest adventure that is coming to you right in this patch. Okay. I have
Oh
not
my
seen
God.
anything to do with this, right? And I'm normally very, very careful what I say on air during these segments. Holy shit, that looks cool! Like, this looks dope. You guys have done work.
I haven't seen it myself, so
Yeah, that
was
video's the
actually
first
really-
time for the two of
That
us.
was really cool.
So, if you've not recognized these guys before, these are the Adventures team that are joining me today. Travis, Deshant, and as well at the end there, Matt. I always get your name wrong. That's why I'm like, it's
got it right.
Matt.
Yes.
Matt. Yes, all part of the SMITE Adventures team. You brought us to capture the flag, and you're here
That's
to
right.
show us SMITE Racer this week.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is crazy.
Right? Have we gone too far?
I don't know.
Not far enough.
I don't know. I've not seen the actual gameplay footage of that, but that is some gameplay footage in there, right? In that
That's
video?
right. There was a little bit of gameplay footage inside that video.
Yeah.
It literally is a racer that we've made.
It's Apollo's Racer
yeah.
Rumble.
How long is this around for?
4 weeks.
4 weeks. It's gonna be another
Just
4
like
weeks,
last
just like
CTF.
CTF.
I guarantee you this one's one that people are going to suggest to stay forever. If it's as good as this looks right now. Oh, okay. Break it down for me, because I've got a few things I've not seen anything to do this. I've not asked you any questions about it before, so I'm doing this live too. There was a lot of gods on that map. How many gods are actually available to be played in this? Because I know Capture the Flag, we kind of had to limit things.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do we have to do the same sort of thing with Racer?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay.
We do have 10 unique cars, and each car is modeled to match a god.
Okay.
In order to pull this off, we needed to rein in on just a few of the gods, because we wanted the gods to be able to drive cars and have turning animations and reactions and all sorts of things. So yeah, we picked 10.
There's 10.
Yeah, and inside the race, there will be 8 players. So
It's an 8-man race.
Yeah.
Are
Yeah.
we team 4v4? Are we
Free for all.
4v4?
It's actually gonna be free for all.
Yeah.
Every man for themselves.
Every man
Yeah.
for themselves.
So there's potentially 10 cars that you could pick from, 10 different gods that you could play.
Yeah.
Right. 8 will be in the race.
That's right.
Can you get duplicates of the same one?
No,
I'm
there's
guessing
no
not.
duplicates.
Yeah, because you don't want 2 Zeuses.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's just too much. Okay, what other questions have I got? Because I'm like...
There's a lot of questions.
I'm hoping Pom Pom can get some footage for us to see this
Right.
in game as
Well,
well, or even maybe...
Let's talk about what's in the game mode. I mean, you
Tell me what
guys
it's all
got to
about.
create all what's
So
inside,
how do you play this game mode? It's what the main thing is.
Okay,
Go ahead.
Well, just like before, there's going to be an adventures hub where you're going to be able to go in and queue in from there. And there's actually going to be 2 maps included with this. It's going to be 2 completely
There's 2
custom
maps?
Yep, that's right. Yeah.
Not just one map over and over again, it's 2 different maps.
There's going to be 1 queue, actually, and when you queue up for that, either by yourself or in a party, you're going to be joining one of the 2 maps.
Okay, okay. And now, when you said you can queue with like 8 people?
No, it's going to
Smite
be
5.
1 to 5, exactly.
So Smite style 5.
Yes.
In a queue, and then you get 3 randos potentially, or a queue of 3 up against you as well.
Yeah.
But they're all like on their own anyway. So
Everyone's on their own.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's go in game. Because we're in the game.
Oh, there we go.
It's Pom Pom driving. What's he driving? Who is that?
He's an
Is that
Aphrodite.
Aphrodite? I can see the
That's
love
right.
heart.
You can see the love
Oh,
hearts.
the box!
And the hearts on the tires as well.
Yeah.
This is our Molten Pass map.
Yeah.
Yeah, so let's talk about the items really quick.
Yeah, please do. What's that, shell?
Yeah,
So right now he's holding a shield, so he's using a
the
shield item.
Yes.
Okay, what does the shield do?
That's pretty standard. It's going to give you CC immunity and block incoming effects. Right there, that was the Nene
that was
Kappa.
Was that a Nene Kappa
That's
being
the
fired?
Nene Kappa.
I have never seen that in a video game before. Oh, he's drifted as well.
He's drifting. He's getting speed boosts. There's speed pads littered around. There's environmental hazards. There's a fire giant over there scolding you.
Really? This is dope.
Yeah.
Yeah. So inside the race, you'll obviously 8 players. You pick up items. You use them. You'll get items based on the position that you're in.
Yeah.
You'll have catch-up mechanics. You'll find. You'll see a lot of back and forth racing. You'll see people passing a lot, using items to knock each other out, and it's just, I keep laughing.
I know, right? This is Smite, guys. You guys are watching Smite. You're playing this inside Smite.
Yeah,
How crazy
you'll
is
sit
that?
in the play screen and be like, do I play Conquest
No!
or do I drive a car?
Yes!
That's right. Drive a
Alright,
car.
what are the
and
10 gods? I need to know the 10 gods now. 'cause
Oh,
we've still got
geez.
Afro.
Okay.
I've seen Zeus and
We've
Afro.
got, we've got Afro, Izanami,
Yes.
Fenrir, Ratatoskr, Zeus, Ra, Ymir, Kabrakan, Sun Wukong, and I'm always missing the 10th.
Izanami?
Was it
Did you-
Sylva-
No, it's
Sylvanas?
Izanami and Aphrodite. 'cause we've got
Sylvanas?
Ratatoskr?
No,
It was in the
no.
video.
Did you get
No,
Rat?
he's not in there. Yeah, I got Rat. So
Okay.
there's a 10th that I always forget, unfortunately.
Okay, so this
Mercury?
shell.
Mercury, that's
Yeah,
it.
Mercury.
Mercury.
How does the
Mercury's
Nene
10th.
Kappa work? Because there's going to be a lot of mechanics in this, I guess you're going to have to break down for me now. Cause
Yeah, we don't want to go too in detail into all of the items, but the Nene Kappa is going to be, a standard projectile. It's
Yeah.
going to hit one player and then knock them up a little bit and slow them.
Okay. So,
Yeah.
what's the Ymir wall do?
The Ymir walls, you can crash right into it. It's a small slow, and it applies post-processing effects on your screen to blur your vision a little bit.
Cool.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so do you want to say something before I talk about the track?
No, that's what
Okay.
I was going to
Yeah.
talk a little bit about the track. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
so just like Clumsy said earlier, we have 2 tracks. This is Molten Pass, our volcano track. And originally when we started designing these tracks, or a singular track, we actually planned to only have 1 track in this game mode. But as we kept playing, we were like, would it be more fun to have 2 tracks?
Yes.
And then I looked at our team and I said, 3 tracks, 4 tracks? And they're like, no, okay, it's just 2 tracks. That's the most we can do. So we went with 2 tracks, and yeah, actually it turned out
There's the effects.
to
There
be
you go. So you got
way
slow
better
movement.
with more tracks. Because that's the fun of kart racing games, right? Is
Sure, different tracks and
different
different
tracks,
environments and how
Yeah.
to deal with things.
Yeah, it's not going to be just the environment that changes. It's going to be the actual course itself. You're not going to be making the same turns. It's
Yeah.
going to be a whole different
So
map.
Yeah, are we-
this one's Molten Pass, right?
This is Molten
What's the
Pass.
other one?
The other one is called Elysian Beach. I don't know if are we
Yeah,
going to show
the
it?
beach.
Yeah.
We actually could if Pon ever finishes this race,
I think it's on the 4th map.
To be fair,
lap now.
then
Pon's
if
not
he-
very good at
What's
games.
his time?
if we cut away
He's on
and he
50
can
seconds right now.
he could
Oh my
re-queue.
Oh, come on, Pon.
Okay.
You're going the wrong way. It's even telling you you're going the
Good
wrong
job.
way, Pon.
Good
oh
job,
my
Pon.
god.
Good job.
All right.
Okay, so while we wait for Pon to try and show us the other map, couple more questions for you. We had leaderboards in Capture the Flag, and in a racing game, I really feel we need some sort of leaderboard or something. Please tell me we've got some sort of things going on with this.
Yeah, we have a leaderboard. It'll be the best time, total time. Again, it's overall and your friends.
Sure.
And you'll be able to switch between the maps to see which one you're on the top.
All right, so you could actually be really good at one map and really bad at another.
Two
map
different
still, then.
leaderboards.
Like me, I'm
technically.
really good at this next map you'll see. The Molten Pass, not not so
Molten
much.
Pass is hardcore. It's
Yeah,
the
it's-
harder
I
of the
mean,
two.
you guys say it's hardcore, but
It's
come on.
easy for you.
Come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah. He
That's
put the
fair.
speed pads like right where
That's
his,
true.
his driving line is.
Did he really?
Every
That's
time
the
we were
advantage of
testing.
being the level designer.
Right.
He could just like, okay, I hit here, so I'm gonna put the speed pad right there.
You know what?
Shameful.
Yeah.
I need to guide players, man. I need to. The people
Yeah.
who are good at this map
What you
need to
actually
know
say- what
where
you-
to go.
What you're trying to say is like, I am the best at this map, and
Yeah.
so you should follow my course.
When you see the
Exactly.
leaderboard and Bacchus is on top,
It's
there
a
we go.
ducky.
There's the
I saw a
second
duck.
one. So we actually teased out a little bit of this. I think a long
you?
time ago, we showed a massive Geb sandcastle, and everyone's like, "Oh, we're gonna do a Geb round PVE round."
Yeah,
No,
that's right,
guys,
that's right.
we were teasing
Yeah.
this map right here. Obviously, you'd have no idea, but have a look. This is Elysium Beach.
Look at the tail on that car, Ratatoskle.
Yes, this is the
That's
Ratatoskle car.
amazing.
And if you
See
actually
how
look-
he drives?
Yeah.
He's driving on the steering wheel.
and
Yeah,
his
so-
whole body's turning around.
You'll
That's
notice that
great.
we have different hazards on this map as opposed to the Molten Pass. We have crabs,
Yeah,
you
watch
know,
out for the
running around.
crabs.
Capri, you know, just cheering you on. It's like, yeah, come on. Yeah.
The butter
Eight
Capri. Look at
people.
the
Eight
cave.
people at a time in this.
Eight
Yeah,
people will
eight
be in
people,
this.
yeah.
So yeah, I do want to alert players, right? We have only one player playing this right now. It's just Pon Pon. And also, every effects right there, you can see the effects are not final. So what you're going to see here is a little bit temp.
Sure, because we've been working on it. It's still not
still
even
very
live
much
yet. So
in the works.
Yeah, and something else that's coming in later is
birds.
right
I love
click.
birds, man.
So when you the controls are WASD. So you'll hold W to go forward. As you turn, if you're turning right, you'll press right and then hold the space bar, and you'll start to drift in that
so
direction.
space is drift. Space is handbrake, basically.
Yeah, you hold space and you'll start to drift, and after 1.5 seconds, you'll get the sparks by your tires, and you'll earn a drift boost.
Yeah.
It's
That's
a
right.
secret.
So right there, he's got the drift boost, and he's going to get a little burst of speed.
On that little part of the map there, and I'm not going to try and give too much away, but
Okay.
it looked like there was a jump point there. Was that possible?
No.
Was that me? It just looked like a
Jump
sand
point.
It looked like a sort of jump
no.
point. I was like, hang on a minute.
The
That's crazy.
sand will slow you if you run over.
Yes,
Oh, okay.
environmental hazards.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
it's good to check that now before I get into game and try and crush people. And like, I'm running into walls again. I think I can jump here. Maybe it's a secret jump.
Yeah. So right now, when he uses his left mouse button, he will fire the item that you see in the top
What's
left.
that one?
So that's
Now,
the hammerang.
coming in later today, when you right click, there's going to be a custom horn for each car.
Is it?
Yeah. So you see,
Paul's trying to
the
spam it
animation.
now.
so right now
That's
he's
not working.
spamming the horn. So
It's firing off a random laugh. I can't remember whose laugh that is, but it's,
Oh, that's
So-
very fun.
It's amazing.
Barricade on the speed pad. Come on, man.
yeah, that's just mean.
So I'm hearing from Larson, who's just offset right now, but he's talking about VGS will be available for this, some commands from VGS.
we will not have VGS in this mode.
You won't.
We won't, because
Okay.
you're playing this mode with your left hand.
Yeah.
And there's not a lot of options. You will be able to pull up a scoreboard if you press tab. You'll see a quick
it
view.
might be covered. Is the camera? Are we on the bottom
if you
right? 'Cause
there it
we go,
comes.
There it
So you can
goes.
see
Oh.
who's where
Peaceful
with
part.
that.
Okay.
But
Awesome. It'll show all 8 players. Yep.
but we won't have VGS. There's no option to surrender.
There's no F6ing. There's no backing. You know.
You can't back? How
You
do
can't back.
items?
We thought about people like if people back all the way to the start line, are they just going to be able to finish the race by backing constantly? No,
Such a
you
point.
can't back.
Yeah,
Well-
you can't buy items.
Well
said.
You know.
You
Now-
can't buy items. That's just what you mean.
Let's move on to the next part of this thing, because we've seen the map, we've seen the idea it's going to be 8-man adventures and things,
Yeah.
but we are going to be looking at, as well, the Racer Bundle. Now, we did a bundle with the Capture the Flag, which was the Nike skin. In this one, I believe, it's the Winner's Circle Apollo.
That's right.
Can we turn the sound off of Pom Pom driving around still and having fun, please? We're trying to focus here. Thank you.
We want to play too.
I know, I'm kind of salty now. When's the PTS out? I need to know now. Do you guys know?
We're
Do we
shooting
know?
for Friday.
Friday.
That's a long way, man. It's
Yeah.
Wednesday now. I'm like, damn. I
That's
can't-
a long way for you
I'm-
guys, but
I'm
that's a
coming
short
up to that
time for
building
us.
after this. I'm
Yeah.
just going to steal away. So Winner's Circle Apollo is part of the bundle this time.
Yeah.
In the bundle is 1,000 price, and we give a discount when it first comes out, correct?
That's right. Yep, that's right.
Now, the discount this time is going to be 10% off, so it's going to be 900 gems.
Yeah. Yeah,
Which
that's
is a
right.
little bit more than last
Yeah.
time, but there's reasons for that.
Yeah, well, we wanted to make more money.
That doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, we were trying to
Come
go to
on.
Starbucks every lunch, and we figured out we can only do it every other day instead of every day. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Love my white chocolate mocha.
Yeah.
This is what
Caramel
I work
swirl.
with. This is what I work with. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So
That
it's,
was-
it's just more expensive because we want to make it more expensive.
No. So, yes, but no, we're gonna have a different system for this one, a little bit different.
Okay.
You're going to get what's in the Racer bundle, which is the very, limited exclusive set of items in that bundle, which is
Sure.
the skin. It's going to be the pedestal
Yep.
that upgrades. It's going to be a ward skin. and then it's going to be a music theme and the gold key.
And the gold key. The gold key for the vault.
Key.
You'll want that if you want to get hold of
Okay,
it.
so yeah.
That's right. So then, in addition to that, now the way this is going to work is there's a progression system that we were kind of missing in the first adventure.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, we wanted to. We heard some feedback, and we were like, well, we want people to be more engaged and kind of get into a gameplay loop. So we decided to make a system outside of the match where you're going to get points to advance your car around this track based on your position at the end of the match. So if you get first place, you'll get 100 points. If you're in last place, you'll get 60. And what it'll do is it'll drive that car around the track
and every time
a little bit at a time.
Yes.
You get one of those things.
That's right. That's right. So if you look at the lap rewards, in total, we're estimating that if you purchase into this bundle, you will have access to this additional gameplay.
Okay.
And it'll take you about 5 hours to complete the 9 laps as far as just average gameplay. And you see in there that there's 2 additional Enigma chests.
What's the awesome chest? That's what I don't care about the Enigma, but what's the awesome chest?
And there's a new awesome chest, which includes only exclusive skins.
Only?
Only exclusive skins. And I've been told that there's 60 exclusive skins inside that chest, and you're guaranteed to get one.
60 plus. 60 plus.
Tina is
60 more
Tina
plus.
says there's at least 60 plus exclusive skins that are
skins.
only available in that chest.
That's right. That's right.
So once you buy into the bundle, you'll have access to these, and once you get the chest rolls, that's a free chest roll for a free exclusive skin.
So you get complete all those laps, you get an awesome chest as well as all the other stuff.
As well as all the other stuff. I mean, we touched upon the pedestal upgrade, but I think that's also a really cool reward.
Yeah, so that's a good point. That pedestal is brand new. It'll be a base pedestal that you'll see, and that's pretty cool on its own. As you reach pedestal upgrade 1, the floor will turn to a checkerboard pattern, like a finish line.
Yeah.
And the pedestal will turn a little gold. Pedestal upgrade 2 adds a little race car that drives around a track and a tire that spins and burns out. And the last one will drop flowers on you and make exhaust come out of these pipes. It's really cool because it's the first time we're adding like animated parts to one of our pedestals.
That's right.
So we drive around the track by going and racing. Obviously, once you've done 9 whole laps, that's it, right? Is there anything else on top of the 9 laps?
Well, no, you see the victory laps there.
I do see that bit.
Once you're done with the 9 laps, you will have access to 10 victory laps that give you 10 gems for each lap.
Oh, so that's 100 gems.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you'll basically, if you purchase into this bundle and play through the entirety of the event, you will get a refund of 100 gems.
Okay, so it basically works out the price. Full price, if you're not going to buy it at the start of the year, will be, so the start of the event will be 900 gems.
900 gems, but if you do absolutely everything, it'll go to 800 because you get the 10 victory lap gems.
Awesome. So you actually get 100 gems from this, as well as all that.
As well as all the
price.
awesome stuff, which is mostly the
and
awesome
you get to
chest
play
and the
them,
pedestal.
and you get to play that as well. Obviously, the actual racing mode is free, but you don't get all this content if you don't participate.
We'll subtly remind you after every race that you probably should have maybe purchased, because then you're missing points.
That's right. Amazing.
You could have gotten these points if you didn't if you purchased. So
this is cool. Not gonna lie.
It's really
We're excited to give it to you guys.
You've got some issues though. Yeah. You have a lot of issues here. The issues are is that one, this game mode looks great, which means the next one's going to be even better. You can't go get worse. It's can only improve now. So I hope the next adventure is even better.
Yeah, I mean the team obviously is pulling off some amazing stuff.
Really are.
This one's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I mean we made that CTF one, and I was like, wow, I can't believe we just did this. This is nuts.
It's crazy.
I mean, I'm shocked at how well everyone did on this.
Yeah.
I mean,
the
HUD is ridiculous. It looks like you're just sitting in a racing game, you know? Animation. You got Ratatosker's driving. Yeah. How is he hitting the gas?
I'm honestly just thinking about 2 players
with his nuts.
His console.
With his controllers, right?
Because he's big old nuts.
It just amazes me that
it's just
2 people can be playing SMITE and one's just playing Conquest in the normal game mode, and one's in a racing game, right?
Yeah, and in the same game.
In the same game.
That's crazy, guys. It's been a pleasure to have you on this week. Thank you so much for bringing this to us. You expect Friday for PTS?
That's what
that's the
target. This will be available on PTS to play when it's available. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed.
Sure.
Okay. Cool. If not, it should be out on Tuesday as it normally is when the patch goes out.
Yes.
This is amazing. Thank you so much for joining me today. Do you have anything else you want to say about it that we've missed at all, or have we covered everything?
I think we got
that's pretty much it.
It's a lot. It's fun.
Well, if you want to link some strategies on how to drive around these certain corners and the best routes to take, definitely do so. You can get yourself some followers that way. Definitely have some there. Guys, you got all that to look forward to. That's it from these guys. If you missed the start of this and you want to see a little bit more footage of it, we're going to play that video for you one more time. And there's another look at it. Hi, Pon.
Hello.
You know what? I'm not really, I wouldn't class myself as a shill in any way, shape, or form for the company. But that's the coolest shit I've seen in a while, where we're actually putting stuff in the game that is free to play a racing game as well.
Yeah,
for free.
I remember when we first play tested that, and that was just like the most mind-blowing thing. Is I was playing a racing game in the SMITE engine
with gods that you play on a regular basis as well.
The Rod Tosser kart is by far my favorite.
Amazing. Anyway, Pon's here as usual to go through the patch notes for you this week. It's not a big list this week though, Pon, is it?
No, it's we're kind of looking for this to be the kind of final round of passes before the LAN hits.
Yeah.
The spring split.
Yep.
4.7 will have a little bit more. 4.6 is more like hitting a few things that you want to hit, get the Hades changes in, and nothing more than that.
Well, let's go straight into item balances then and begin things off with Rod of Asclepius and Rod of Healing. Both are going to get a little bit of a touch this patch. We're reducing the healing bonus from passive in combat from 20% to 10% on Rod of Asclepius. The total healing bonus reduced from 30% to 20%. And Rod of Healing as well, the tier 2 version of Rod of Asclepius, bonus healing from passive in combat from 10% to 5%, and healing bonus reduced from 15% to 10%. We're hitting healing here on this.
Yeah, so we saw a lot of healing kind of become really prominent recently in like 4.5, 4.6, where a lot of healers like Chang'e, Hercules especially, were just being really dominant. And so we're toning down the items that kind of enable that. It was mainly Rod of Healing and Asclepius as well as Shield of Regrowth.
Okay.
We already hit Shield of Regrowth. We're now hitting Rod of Healing to kind of tone down that power a little bit. And the big thing here is we're hitting these items versus hitting the gods directly. Because we feel like the items, we don't want people to be stuck in like, well, we have to build these items because you guys nerf the characters. We're just nerfing the items so that they can augment the character strength.
Cool. Next up on the list is Runic Shield. And that's going to get some changes this patch. We're just going to add 100 health. Nothing else. Just extra 100 HP. Why?
The big thing is it's kind of this hybrid defensive offensive choice, and it wasn't good at either of those options, and so we're moving it more the defensive path by adding the 100 health. This way you get a little bit of additional tankiness, you get the protections, and you get the reductions, so it's much more shifted heavily towards the defensive side of kind of things.
Okay. Next up is it under the item section, but it is technically to do with Relic's Shield of Thorns. This is you organizing things. Why Shield of Thorns down here, and it should be relics, not items? Huh? Huh?
Fine.
Useless.
Look, man, I missed today. I was sick.
Fixed an issue where the tooltip for Shield of Thorns displayed as an incorrect percentage reflect amount.
Yeah, we fixed the tooltip.
Thanks for that. Just throw that in there wherever you want, just to annoy me, pretty much. That's it for items. We'll move on to gods next as well.
I think there was a miscellaneous change that you skipped.
I try to now because you just keep putting pointless stuff in.
It's definitely another one of those that you probably didn't care about.
Well, let's move on, because nobody else will care either, quite clearly. Gods, Athena, fixing the issue. Oh, we got another one. Fixing the issue where Athena's ultimate could cause her to gain collision against allied units.
This one's actually a big deal because there are a few people who were like really adamant this was happening. We had a hard time reproducing it.
Right.
And we got a little bit more evidence of it happening and reproducibility, so we could fix it. So this actually was bothersome to quite a lot of people.
Thank you so much for sending in those bug reports, by the way. Bug reports are very important to us because we do go through them. We do try and check over and see if we can replicate it. And if we can, we will look to get rid of them. To the best of our ability.
Yes, especially if you have reproduction steps. That's like key.
Awilix, next on the list, fix an issue where Awilix could T-pose if hit by Kernonosol.
Yeah, more bug fixes.
Amazing. Really important one on the top of my priority list right now was Awilix T-posing against Kernonos.
Well, we have a big one coming up. It makes up for it.
Okay, next one, let's go serious. And Hades is getting a lot of changes.
Yes.
What's the plan with Hades? What was the direction we're aiming for here? Like, what's the overall goal?
So I think there's two things.
Before we even go through it.
The first thing is there were just kind of a lot of weird inconsistency cases or things you wouldn't expect or kind of visual stuff that wasn't really flowing well.
Okay.
And so we've done a patch to fix a lot of those cases. And then the second one is when we moved him to a mage from a guardian, he still kind of retained his guardian stats, but he didn't really have mage burst. He was kind of in this weird limbo land. We're shifting his defenses and base stats down a little bit to more match mages.
Okay.
And we're bringing up his damage and kind of burst potential.
Here we go.
Yep,
I'm
let's do it.
scared. I'm scared it's a long list by the looks of it. You've only seen the base stats on your screen, so we'll go through those real quick. Reduced physical protection scaling from 3.2 to 2.6. Reduced base health from 490 to 450. Increased base attack speed from 0.87 to 0.95.
And for these base stats, they're still on the top end of mages. They're just lower. They're not so comparable to Guardian.
Sure. Next on the list is Death from Below. Increased damage from 50 to 190 is going to be 70 to 270 now.
Yep, it won't tickle anymore.
Shroud of Darkness, reduced mana cost from 80 to 60, so 20 reduction on Shroud of Darkness. Devour Souls, this ability now deals detonate damage to the target being detonated.
Yes.
We've also reduced the mana cost from 65 to 105, is now going to be 60 to 80. And added new effects to show the radius of the detonate from the affected targets. And added new effects to show the radius during the warm-up. Is that similar to the Cupid sort of thing?
So this is more about just kind of fixing things that were a little bit weird. When you detonated a target, they had like a little swirl that came off them, but you had no clear range of like where they were actually detonating from. And so now it's way more clear. And the big change here that I kind of want to really emphasize is that the detonated target. Basically, if you were in a single target scenario, you auto-attacked the Odin bot, and then you detonated, they actually didn't get any additional damage for being blinded themselves. They only did that damage to anyone around them.
Sure.
So now they deal damage to themselves as well.
Oh, so it's a
So this is, I think the math works out that on it for just a standard mini wave, it's an extra 48 plus 50% magical power scaling, or plus 25% against gods because it does 50% to gods. So Devour Souls essentially now has plus 25% scaling because of this, and plus 48 or 24 base damage.
Okay, if this god is broken, you just said during this patch that you were testing this against Odin bot. I'm just letting you know.
I mean, well, yeah, that's how you test everything. Just against Odin bot.
I thought so. We've found their secret strats in the back room now. Pillar of Agony is also getting a change this patch. Increased protections on this from 60 to 80 is now going to be 60 to 100, so later gain more protections from this as you level it up. Pillar of Agony no longer consumes Blight either. Ooh. And blighted targets will now have their magical protections reduced before taking the first tick of damage.
Yep. So, a lot of cleanup. The Pillar of Agony defense buff is mainly to accommodate for the base stat reduction.
Okay.
When you're in Pillar of Agony, we still want you to be very hard to kill, especially in the later game. When going from 60 to 80 doesn't help you that much in the late game. 60 to 100 helps you a little bit more there. And then keeping the Blight on the targets and applying the damage immediately versus waiting to shred the protections for the first tick means that you get a little bit more damage out. And then when you're done with your Pillar of Agony, targets will still be blighted, and you can do like you detonate on them, you can fear them, you can do the slow with the dash, any of that stuff.
So you've been viewed as a high-level player for a while now. How do you feel these turns to Hades are? Has he increased? Do you reckon this is a big buff for him? Is it a bit of a buff nerf?
I think this is a big buff for him overall.
Right.
I mean, when you talk about like his solo lane potential, being able to silence for a little bit cheaper, having the ability to fight a little bit more aggressively, your dash detonate combo is going to be dealing way more damage, especially if you rush any magical power, like if you rush a Bancross early.
Sure.
So at the cost of some base stat reduction for the amount of utility and power that he's getting, I think he's going to be a much better spot.
Okay, well, keep an eye on him on the PTS and going into live as well. Next up on the list is Ho Yi. Ho Yi's going to get a bit of a change this time. It's only to his base stats, though, by the looks of it. It's going to be base attack speed increased from 0.9 to 0.95 and increased base power from 38 to 40.
So when you just kind of looked at 100 base stats, especially his attack speed was a little bit on the lower end.
Yeah.
We're just shoring that up so he has kind of the same late game scaling options that other hunters have.
A bit closer to the hunters.
Yes, because base attack speed especially works off all your attack speed items you build. And so if your base attack speed is actually lower than like 1, it's actually less effective than if it was 1.
Gotcha.
So this brings it closer, so attack speed items especially will be a lot better on him.
Okay, we'll see if Ho Yi starts to push back into the forefront of the hunter role. Kukulkan next on the list. We fixed an issue where Kukulkan had an invisible basic attack effects.
Yeah, that's fixed.
Great news. Also, more fixes quite clear. Medusa fixed an issue where Medusa's lacerate would highlight minions as if they would be hit.
Yeah, they're not hit.
Also fixed an issue where acid spray would not highlight enemies behind Medusa statues.
Again, that's just another weird bug.
Important things to make sure we put in the God section.
Look, man, bug fixes are important because if we don't say it here, we're going to get reports like 2 months down the road that this is still in the game, even though it's been fixed.
Listen, it's a balance section. It's not a fix section.
I mean, you can
Just saying.
You could talk about bug fixes being balanced too.
Okay.
Not these, really.
Raijin. Fixed and Nemesis. Sorry, I've got to do Nemesis first. We got more bug fixes. Fixed an issue where Nemesis couldn't use her second dash if her mana was below a certain amount.
Yep, we changed how the dash worked, and so that caused some bugs. So we fixed it.
And Raijin as well. Fixed an issue where Raijin's passive would not be correctly consumed by Raiju. Don't know why we did that. No one plays Raijin anyway.
It's kind of true. It's a bit sad.
Not kind of, completely true.
Poor Raijin.
He's dead.
He has a cool skin though.
Rest in peace. He does have a cool skin.
It's a really cool skin.
The only upside to getting him in Assault is playing a cool skin. Raven is next on the list, and Raven's getting some changes this patch too. What's the aim with Raven?
So Raven kind of has a lot of strengths to him, but when it comes to his ultimate, it felt lackluster.
Yeah.
It was hard to hit a single target. Hitting that target had some weird rules with how you were linked to a target, so other people couldn't deal damage to you, but that person could. And so we're clearing it up, we're lowering the confusion, and we're just going to make it a little bit more potent as we kind of do all those changes.
Okay, so it's all to do with the ultimate. Mystic Rush here. Increase the damage from 150 to 450. Is now going to be 200 to 500. So 50 at base, 50 at top end, added on top. The linked target mechanic has been removed. This now provides a 50% damage reduction buff to Ravana on landing. Enemy gods hit by Mystic Rush take 10% increased damage from all sources as well, and Mystic Rush now can hit minions.
Yes. So a lot of things here. The big thing is when he ulted in, he already got a lot of damage reduction. It's now just consistent from him using it.
Okay.
So he can use this to escape. He can use this to engage. He can actually reliably get on the back line with this.
Yep.
The second big thing is now he can hit a target and actually have that target be marked essentially for more damage. So you'd be like, hey, I just marked the tank, burn the tank down. You could also synergize this with like an Ares, pull all 5 people in, which will never happen, but let's just imagine it does. And then you ult, and then all 5 of them have 10% damage increase. So that's pretty cool. And then the other thing is it can hit minions, which might sound silly, but in like a soul lane scenario where like you ult onto a target and they're hiding in their archers, you now kill the archers, so you don't have to worry about them body blocking you.
Hooray.
Just pretty good stuff.
Decent buff for Raven, I think. We'll see how that plays out. He could be a little bit too strong though.
We'll see.
I'm not so sure. Scotty's next on the list, and the Scotty change is... There's no change.
Do you not have it?
No, I do. Winter's Grasp. Calder is no longer immune to damage in the ultimate. However, he will still fully heal on activation.
Yes.
So this is kind of... A lot of people have been talking about Calder being very, very strong during that ultimate phase, and now this is the way we're looking to correct this.
Yeah, so we saw Scotty kind of go through this tumultuous phase at the start of Season 4 with a lot of people feeling she was weak. We gave her a movement speed buff, and she kind of sat there for a little bit, and people discovered that she was actually quite strong. We especially saw that SPL level play. And after talking to a lot of the SPL players and getting a lot of the feedback from them, the big thing they said was Calder, especially during the ultimate, was just too hard to deal with.
Sure.
It gave you such a huge advantage because it could just body block.
Because it's immune to damage too, wasn't it? That was the problem.
It was immune to damage, it fully healed, and so it was really hard to ever play around. And so now we're going to enable players to actually play around it. If they want to burn Calder down quickly, they can. Still being able to full heal means that Calder will be able to get onto targets and stay onto targets, and if people don't focus it down, it'll be alive for quite a while. But now if people want to choose to focus it down, they can. And also, I think with this change, we want to make sure that we watch it really closely because Scotty's one of those characters that's kind of like on the edge, and we saw her go over the edge. We feel that this will bring her into a better spot, especially at the high level.
Talk about over the edge. The community thought she was really rubbish. So.
Well, I mean, that's what we see a lot of time. There's different perceptions from like casual to competitive to like high SPL level. And I think most people have now come around to Scotty being quite good after seeing her performance.
Quite good.
I mean, kind here. She was really good.
Well, Scotty change is going in next patch as well. Next on the list is another bug fix for the Morrigan this time round. Morrigan never had a bug fix before. Fix an issue where the spectator client would show an incorrect cooldown for the Morrigan's relics.
See, this is one of the things where you're mocking me, but seriously, if we don't say it here, people are going to tell us that, hey, this Morrigan bug that you fixed 2 patches ago is still in the game.
Okay.
That's why it's here.
Okay, that's fine. What about the Zeus one then? Zeus,
actually,
at the end,
this one.
Fixed an issue where Zeus charges would not appear correctly.
Fixed.
Get it on the balance section because that's where it needs to be right now. We really need to do a bug fix section.
I don't know, man. I kind of like this.
You like this?
I kind of like trolling around the bug.
That's what I'm saying. You're baiting everybody at home like, oh, Zeus? Oh,
I know,
it's a bug
this
fix.
is kind of fun for me.
Morrigan? Oh, it's a bug fix. That's it. That's it. That's all there is. That's crazy. That is the end. That's all we've got for patches this week.
Yeah, like we said, it was kind of light. We have a few big changes towards Raven and Hades and Scotty, and a few kind of item things like the Rod of Healing, especially, is kind of a big meta shifting one.
Sure.
But we didn't want to be too heavy-handed on like adjusting a whole bunch of items and a whole bunch of gods when we had the SPL Spring Split land coming up. 4.7 will probably have a lot more than this.
That's crazy. Favorite thing in the patch then, Pom? Because we're not doing Q&A this week. Obviously, we've not had a light patch. We've not done any questions this week. We will have that more than likely back for the next patch as well.
So favorite thing in this patch that isn't Racer would be, I think, the Hades change. I've played around with it quite a bit. We've had a lot of playtests with it internally, and Hades is quite good with this change.
Yeah. We'll see how he
You
works
can be
out.
very, very bursty if you want to be.
I'm a little bit worried about Raven's ult actually right now. I'm like, I think he could start swinging back. Potentially, just because he's going to be a little bit more relevant in the late game in some stages of it anyway. But that's all we've got time for this week in the patch notes. I don't know how long it's ran. It probably feels a little bit shorter to me for sure. Maybe for you guys at home too. I hope you all enjoyed.
An hour.
Was it an hour?
Like 45 minutes an hour.
Cool. Well, with that, it's time to head over to, I believe we've got a tactics tournament to show you guys. So make sure you have a little tune in of this and see what other games Hi-Rez are doing.
All right, well, here we are getting into the first game now, guys. We're going to be seeing Totes against Belgian Grump. It's going to look like we have Totes on the left side playing Guan Yu, and on the right side, Totes as our ISIS character. Immediately, a White Tiger going down, and Belgian Grump, or Totes, will be moving forward instantly. Will you tell us what we see with these hands? So we have a Guan Yu and an ISIS. Simbreed, why don't you take us into this game, into these hands, and give us some analysis on what we're seeing here.
Yeah, of course. So, as you said, we see a White Tiger in the bush to start off with here. And the thing here is that he can also grow it with his Jade Boon. So just to make it huge and something that the ISIS eventually has to deal with. Shangwei to get it range as well.
Yeah,
so,
you also have Chang'e in the bush back there as well, so that's kind of crazy. And that White Tiger is just going to grow and grow and grow. I always hate that.
Yeah, I like that. That's like
oh god.
But if we take a look at that ISIS hand right now, she has actually the correct response for both of these. He has 2 focus blasts in his hand right now, which take care of on a tile, so you don't need vision on the target that you want to hit. And
but right now everything's out of range for it. It's 4 mana costs, and you have it deals 4 damage. And usually this was made for a Loki originally. Are we really going to be able to see that it will come into effect? Are we going to be able to see that Chang'e will die because of a focus blast? Because he still has to get in there somehow. But right now he's going to be moving out with his White Tiger, placing a Stone Guardian in the backline. For those of you that don't know the Stone Guardian, every turn he gains 1 more range. And that's just horrible, because eventually you're going to get out of range of that Stone Guardian, and he's going to be dealing free damage to you.
Yeah, exactly. So now actually has some interesting decisions to do here. So he can take care of the Stone Guardian, but which one are you gonna take care of first here? Or are you gonna push a damage, or you want to go for a Shangwei? see what he does.
So he wanted to remove the Stun Guardian, which is awesome, and he's going to keep the... Seems to want to keep the Tiger down as much as possible. He's going to go ahead and remove that away. But, you know, you still have Chang'e just sitting around. And the longer you keep her on the field with 5 health, the longer it's going to take for a Transfusal to get out here eventually. Transfuse, what this card does is it changes the amount of health a card has to the amount of damage it provides. So Chang'e eventually can be a 5/5 minion with the help of a card named Transfuse. And this is going to be disgusting once he manages to pull that out. She's been sitting around for so long. Every turn she sits idle, she heals for 1. He's going to go ahead and hide it up in the top left corner, which I think is a great choice. But he's going to have to fall back and, you know, he's going to have to add more value to his board.
Yeah, it's interesting to see here if he's going to hold the choke or if he just want to fall back even further. He still has not played a Jade Boon yet, which I think is kind of interesting because it's only 1 mana and usually you can put that in somewhere on your turn.
Here's the Jade Boon then.
Yeah.
So
And
Jade
he
Boon being
played-
played on Chang'e on the back left, and then now it's Isis's turn. She's going to go ahead and remove that free minion at the top middle there. Really, I guess it was just cannon fodder, but there was no reason for it. Moving up right to face. I wonder what he's going to do up this close, what he's going to be able to play here. There is an on her that he can play, and that's about the only minion. He can't use Phantom Grasp, there's nothing in range to Phantom Grasp, and he also has a Decrepit Bowman. So he's going to go and play the Decrepit Bowman and put a shield onto it.
Okay, yeah, I like him putting the shield on that Decrepit Bowman over the other one, because he knows that he has the ability on Guan Yu to make a Crescent Blade which deals 1 damage, and that ignores the shields. So he can take out the other Bowman here, and basically it will spawn 2 additional 1/1 Bowmans from it.
Yeah, so there he goes. He just used the passive or the hero ability from Guan Yu. I wonder if he's going to use it now. There goes the Crescent Blade. There goes the 2 minions in the back line. Of course, those archers on kill split into 2 archers, as Simbri just explained. And I wonder what he's going to do now. It looks like he has to fall back. And to fall back as what seems like a rush character, it's kind of risky. He's moving out as Chang'e as well. Someone who was in a very strong position before, kind of in reserves, now has to be brought to the front line. That is never a great sign.
And yeah, I agree. But right now, I think he's doing the right play. He needs to protect his Houyi to be able to deal those free damage to kill the Decrepit Bowman if Isis puts a shield on it. Right now, he can deal no damage just because it has 1 shield, so it takes away 1 damage from every attack that it inflicts on it.
And here comes all the removal that Egyptian is just known for. You have that Focus Blast coming out. We have 1 more Focus Blast sitting in hand. We have a Sunder and Execute. We even have a Phantom Grasp just in case, you know, we want to take over that Houyi. But instead, we're just going to go ahead and remove it. We have a Sunder with basic attack coming out of Isis. And we're just going to be able to move in with all of our archers here. And he's not going to be able to do much to stop this. Especially Guan Yu against range. It's not looking comfortable right now. Not looking in a good, very good position.
No, not at all. He has the Blade Master in hand though, so that he can play this turn to buff up his health and also put like a big minion on the board. But he actually looks like he's going to go for Ao Kuang instead here. Yes, he does.
Yeah, he went for Ao Kuang. Blade Master though is a very good pick as well, dealing 4 damage, has I think 7 health. It will regenerate 3 of your leader's health, and it also has charge, which means it can move as soon as it's played. Usually when cards are played in this game, they go instantly to sleep for a little bit until you can play it the next turn. But not this guy. Any card with charge can be played instantly. Move instantly.
Yes, that's correct. So, I think that his thought is actually throwing away a lot of units in this match. I'm not really sure, because it feels like he's giving away a lot of units for free. What do you think?
Yeah, he gave away a lot of value. I think as soon as we saw that 1 minion in the top middle easily died to an archer on the right side, you know, near the beginning of the game, that's when I kind of knew he's just kind of throwing some options out and seeing what happens. I'm putting all my hope for Totes here, only because maybe he has a plan, but after all these, I don't want to say misplays, but all these mishaps, not much has been able to come through. But the Blade Master sitting in the back line, able to really capitalize off that, and this is beautiful. So Blade Master instantly getting some value out. But it doesn't matter, it's going to be taken over. It is now in the control of Isis.
But the interesting thing here also that If you take over a charged minion with the Phantom Grasp, I think it actually loses its charge ability as well.
Oh yes, it
So
does.
you
It definitely
cannot
does.
attack back this turn. So right now, Guan Yu can just move back and try to find something to, like a Stone Guardian or something of that like. Because
Instead he
Blade
has
Master only
Hebo.
has two.
I mean, he could probably end up Heboing the Blade Master. I wonder what would happen.
In Isis' hand, and once she
It would go
plays
to Isis? Oh no.
Yes.
Yeah,
and she
that
would
makes sense.
free health. So
Yeah, that's not a good idea.
I don't
though.
think he wants to make that.
I don't think he
play,
wants to do
but-
that at all. So he's gonna put the Decrepit Bowman back in, which is a split minion.
As we can
And
see
there
here,
goes
the beautiful
projection.
art on a Decrepit Bowman.
Mhm.
I actually have never seen that being bounced to hand before. I did not know that.
I
it
didn't
would
see
cost
that either.
2 mana to deploy.
Oh, there's one. It's a 1/1 now. That's beautiful.
Yeah, I actually thought that would be 0 mana to deploy.
So Isis is in a very controlling position. We have Annihilation, 2 executes. We have so much removal. On her finally coming out. Been sitting in that hand for a long time. What do you think about On Her? Is he a really good pick in this current meta? He does offer a lot of utility.
I mean, in Isis, I think it makes sense to play on her, because if you're playing on one off your curve, it's a 3/3 with 1 shield, which is very, very strong. He is a little undertaxed in his attack and power on his mana cost. But if it lives, it's a very, very strong creature to have on your side.
And just looking at the hand of Isis here, she looks like she couldn't use anything else on her plate. She looks like she's not going to be hungry for days. While Totes over here is just starving. He's starving for cards. He's top decking at this point. Belgian Grump's just laughing at him almost. We have these Executions, Annihilation, a Ritual Tribute, even if you want to get something out this turn. Some god that will be able to have +2/+2. And I want to see what Totes just pulled out. A Chang'e and a Crescent Blade using his passive ability. Chang'e will be able to heal him up in the backline if he goes ahead and puts it in the bushes up above, but he really has to protect that Chang'e if he wants to get any use out of it and not just have it die instantly. It's as long as On Her can move up, which he can only move 2 spaces, Isis would be able to move up, place a minion down, and reveal the location of that Chang'e. But lo and behold, Isis doesn't have any minions. We only have these magic effect cards, these cards that only affect people, only affect gods and minions on the map. We have Execute, Annihilation, Ritual Tribute, and Fist of the Gods. And there we go out with 1 more minion on the field to be able to get vision. There's the stun down. It's looking very one way. I have nothing else to say about this. There goes down the Execute, and Totes is just looking bad in this situation. Stunned in the corner twice.
But
He
as
just
we
double
see,
stunned him.
Yeah, but you know your opponent is way ahead when they execute a 0/5 that does not heal you.
You also know you're way ahead when Isis is rushing you down and cornering you in a corner, putting you in a corner.
I don't really know what he can do here to come back in this match. He had a little chance, I think, when he played the Shanghai, if he could just find the transfusion to make it a 5/5, start maybe climbing back from that point.
He could play Neath down and execute that little minion if he really cared about it and just start pressing on damage. It really just doesn't matter at this point. There goes Annihilation. He's going to go for that quick removal, but he can't really follow that up with anything. He can use a hero ability if he so chooses. I'd probably end up putting that on the On Her, moving up and just stunning. He's going to go ahead and stun from a distance. That's fine too. Deal some damage for free because you are stunned, and he's now sitting at 5 health. And what does he draw from the top of his deck? If it's not Exodia, I'm going to be disappointed. It's a Blade Master. Close
Blade
enough.
Master, it keeps you alive.
Yeah, it does keep you alive.
Blade Master and a Crescent Blade on her.
I think if you were asking for one more last hope, I think I would have asked for a Blade Master. And there you go. You have the quick removal for the On Her being destroyed by the Crescent Blade, and the Blade Master coming out, just dealing a quick damage, killing that minion in the top right. There goes the Execute finally out. And does Isis have anything to support this? She's going to walk back, bring out a Neath, I think. There she is in the middle of the map there. We also have a Ritual Tribute on standby if we ever need that.
Is Anhur the only god that died during this game?
I don't. You know, I think so. I think you're totally right about that.
I don't understand why he didn't play that, because that would be a 6-6 instead of a 4-4 right here. Maybe I'm missing something here.
Yeah, I didn't see any other gods throughout the game. Well, he's able to push on damage. There goes Anhur, a 5-5. He's also able to stun. I think he's in a good position in that, yeah, you can attack with Anhur while your opponent's in a corner. You can also root with Neith from a distance. Guan Yu can't do anything here. Guan Yu was in a bad position. They're both top decking at this point. Transfusion finally coming out of the deck of Totes. Much needed earlier, but, you know, just not going to be able to do anything now. Neith sitting at 1-1. He transfused the enemy.
Well, that's one way you can use it as well, but... and the Anubis to finish him off as well.
Anubis, yeah, Anubis charged ability right there. Just as soon as he's placed down on the field, he can instantly place down his ability. So there it is. There's the first game, guys. We're going to call it there, and thank you guys, and we'll bring it back to the next game. Alright guys, getting into the next game, we have Ra on the left being played by Totes, and on the right side, we have Zeus being played by Belgian Grump. Instantly we can see Ra moving out, going ahead and giving a basic attack, which I love from Ra because he can instantly heal up from this, and which he does so because he probably doesn't have anything in his hand, as we can tell. But looking at their hands, we have Bastet, Minion, Recruiter, Emperor's Health, Ward. Can you tell us about the other hand? Can you tell us about Belgian Grump, what we got here, Simbreed? Bring us into this game.
Yeah, we have Judgment, a double Thanatos, a Nike, Mana Potion, and a Fire Giant. So his hand is pretty stacked with high minion costs. So we'll see if he can draw out of this, which he actually does. Perfect draw almost here with an Aphrodite. You can just place that in the bush.
Yeah, he can. So he can just place down Aphrodite now. He can also, if he wants to remove the Bastet with the Thanatos, Thanatos can instantly execute anyone on the map with 2 or less health. But really, that's just going to bring out a lot of cats, because once Bastet dies, you get 3 cats instantly in the face. That's not what anyone wants here.
Yeah, but I think it's better to play Aphrodite as first, because you have the shield now. You can play the Thanatos, and the cats can't attack your hero because they will deal 0 damage towards you. If you look on the minion recruiter right here, it's not highlighted. So that means that Zeus do not have any minions in his deck.
Oh, that's actually huge.
He has.
Yeah, it does. He has a, what is that, Kang in the back? No, that's a Fenway. I have not seen Fenway in ages. Oh, there it goes. And I still have never seen a Fenway. I'm sorry, man. I just haven't seen a Fenway in a long time.
I was actually surprised that he actually came into this game here.
Yeah.
He did get a buff last patch though. He's immune to spells, I believe, the newest patch.
But not to Thanatos. So that's what we saw there. Thanatos just diving now into the back line. Those cats not able to deal any damage to Zeus, only because Zeus does have that one protection, that one shield sitting next to his damage modifier there, as you can see. The cat gonna move up. I don't know what this cat's gonna do. It's just gonna die next turn anyway, but Ra trying to find a good vantage point, maybe to get something inside the backline of Belgian Grump. Well,
no, yeah. Well, right now he can't really do anything. He can play double his Emperor's health or play a ward. Let's see what he does. I would suspect he's gonna play a ward here, try to get some more spells into his hand.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess he's also going to deal as much damage as he can to Aphrodite, which is a good call. Medusa now sitting in the hand of Belgian Grump, such a powerful card, especially in the last few games that I've been playing. Medusa has given me the most worth out of any card in this game, and arguably one of the best cards in.
My revenge.
Yeah, I agree. I talked a little bit with some of the pro players, the top level players in this game, and there is basically all agreed on that Medusa is actually the second best card in the game.
Wait,
first
then what's first?
Anubis.
Anubis, because it instantly comes out, deals 3 damage, and kills everything. And yeah, but if you can keep a Medusa alive, which is very hard to do, if you can keep a Medusa alive, you can kill anything on the board instantly. Because as long as you can get one hero ability out, which you have Zeus, as long as you can get Zeus out, deal 1 damage with Zeus, it's kind of almost impossible.
Yeah, exactly. I don't really understand the decision here by judgmenting that. He could have just attacked it with Deity and then execute it with his Medusa. That would cut off one of the paths to lead to the Medusa getting attacked even. So I think that's a small misplay on his part, but I guess he just wants to push as much damage as he can right now.
Yeah, definitely. And what do you think Ra can do in this position? Because he has an On Her and a Neath in hand. I think he wants to play one in the back line. What would you go with?
Well, right now, I think he needs to play the Chaos Spawn at first, so his next plays does not get executed by the Medusa.
Yeah, I think he has to get rid of that Medusa ability first. And then he can also play On Her if he so wishes, but I think it'll just end up dying instantly, so he's going to go ahead and preserve that. So Neath, On Her, not going to be coming out this turn, only because there's just so many answers. But On Her, I think he's... Well, he can always trade On Her with Medusa, though. The thing I don't like about this is only Medusa and Aphrodite, or Medusa and... Oh, it's just going to get removed anyway. It doesn't even matter.
Yeah. The thing was also that he had a Thanatos in hand, so he could have stacked the Aphrodite, get it to 2, and then put down Thanatos to kill it, but to like further his board even more, because right now he's kind of snowballing this game away.
Yes.
Book of the Dead in his hand, so he has some comeback potential if he can kill, say, the Medusa, and try to spawn that on his side of the board, would be like the optimal.
We have so many things sitting in the hand of Belgian Grump here. He's looking extremely healthy when it comes to hand size. Thanatos for quick removal, Fire Giant for the late game, and if you need anything in between, you got that Marksman, that Scion of Doom for a little bit of more attack power to give, and Nike, who just is so good against Ra, in that Nike cannot be targeted by any removal spells. She just walks through everything. It doesn't even matter to her. Such a powerful card.
Right now. Yeah, the only counter I think in the Egyptian deck that's really good against Nike is a Neath though. A Neath is already on the battlefield, but it's taken down by a Chaos. What's the name of that card? No, wait, the Hades.
Yeah, okay, Hades. One thing you also have is maybe if people are running Nemesis, I personally do run Nemesis. If you see one of those coming out, well, Ra doesn't really have an answer. He goes head back, puts down all of his minions that have died here. He has a Thanatos, but you can't use charge with Thanatos, so it's just gonna stay there.
Unfortunately not.
But Ra just, like you said, Ra doesn't have many answers in the Egyptian deck to go against a Nike, and I think Neath is one of those. Everything else, just there is no other good answer.
I think he is actually lethal here. If we
Is
play
he
the
just
fire
gonna move in?
I think he yeah.
Well, there goes down Nemesis. I was waiting for that. He's just gonna go ahead for the removal, it seems. Play this a little bit more safe, but again, I think he did have lethal. As long as he threw that on Fire Giant. Yeah, that was definitely easy. That was lethal. Yeah.
Yeah. Even could have played Enjo as well, put the flag down to give the Fire Giant gives around the flag, you get +1 damage on your unit adjacent to the flag.
Go watch Toads come back.
Yeah.
This mobile.
He's gonna gain 8 life here, at least.
Yeah, he actually does have all these Emperor's health. I want to see him play it now. You have 10 mana, and you have all this removal in your hand. You have an Execute, you have Emperor's health, and I don't know if he wants to run the Book of Thoth, but if he wants to throw out a Chaos Spun, there's no options here. He's at 2 health. He can sit back, Emperor's health up, and hope for the best. Now he's at 10 health. I love that card, man.
Yeah, I actually find it as annoying card because I never play it because
I don't
that
play
card,
it either, yeah.
Yeah, if you have to play that card, you're almost already dead, I feel like, but we'll see if he Toots can prove me wrong here. It's going to be interesting to see. Oh, that's actually...
Yeah, that's lethal. So, good game again from Totes and Belgian Grump. We'll be getting into more games soon, guys, but really, congratulations to Totes, congratulations to Belgian Grump, though, for moving on. Totes really coming out today, showing off what he can have, and we'll bring you more games shortly, guys. Thank you. All right, guys, into our next game. This is the semifinals, I'm pretty sure. This is Baconator against Singularity, though. Baconator and Singularity in the semifinals. You have on the left side Baconator's Ra, which is legendary, if I have to say. And on the right side, you have Singularity playing Zeus. What are we gonna find out of this game? Looking at their hands right off the bat, help me out, Simbreed. What do you see? Look into the future for me, please.
Well, I see a really aggressive hand for a Singularity, actually. With double Doomspeaker into a Bull Demon King on turn 5, could get nasty. And on Baconator's side, though, let's see if he can actually handle those. So he has actually Sunder and Execute. He should probably be fine. This is going to be a hell of a match.
Yeah, look at this. He already has a Doom Speaker around, and he has a second option for one as well. So 2 Doom Speakers are inevitably going to be on this field. We also have Aphrodite sitting in his hand, as well as the Bull Demon King and Fire Imp if we need that removal. I want to see his Mana Potion come out as early as possible. I think you get a lot more worth out of the Mana Potion the earlier you play it. But Khepri's going to go ahead into the top and should be played safely in the corner. Going back over to Singularity, we see that he's going to move forward with his Doom Speaker, probably bring out another one. What do you want him to do this turn? Because we have a Doom Speaker, or we can Aphrodite. That Archer, though, in the bottom right, he's just hiding out there. He's going to be gaining passive damage every time a god is placed out on the field, like Aphrodite or Medusa. That Archer will gain 1 more attack power.
Yeah, I would like him to use the Mana Potion and just go through for a Medusa play there, actually. Yeah, like... Oh, actually, he has 5 mana, so the Medusa play I would probably go for, because the Bull Demon King right now does not deal with the Khepri directly, which auto attack from Zeus and attack from Medusa will do. Careful of Execute.
So I think Medusa's in an extremely safe position here, but look in the hands of Baconator here. We'll see in a moment, he has an Execute, and I think this has Medusa written all over. That Executioner is just looking for a Medusa to mate with. We also have in the hands an Anubis, and that, as you said before, is arguably one of the best cards in the game, right next to Medusa.
Yeah. But also, I want to point out here that actually Singularity is playing really well with his Doom Speaker and not lining up with his Zeus.
Yes.
So they're not. So the Khepri can't hit both of them. Right now, he can only hit 1. Actually, he's not going to hit any of them.
Yeah, he's going to go and give himself 2 attack power, move his Ra back just to kill the Doom Speaker. That was a great play. I actually really like that play. It's very conservative. Nobody took any damage. That Khepri is still in a safe position. And guess what? Medusa's not even here anymore. I love this. I love what's going on here. That Archer in the back right, still gaining attack power for every minion that's going to be played. Right now, next to Ra, though, he'll be able to get some extra damage out if he so chooses. But he's thinking about it. Whether he wants to preserve his Archer or just kind of hide him a little bit more. The one thing you have to be careful of is Ra has a lot of removal, and that removal can target that Archer. But that's also a good thing, because if you're targeting that Archer, you're not targeting Hades. You're not targeting a Bull Demon or your Aphrodite. You're getting some worth in it. So there goes down the Anubis in the top corner, going to go ahead and remove that Archer down the bottom right before it festers and grows into a horrible fungus.
Yeah, that's actually giving him a lot of respect for that. Usually you don't see an Anubis to take out the marksman. That's for something you play on turn 1, for something you turn on 6.
Such a low value target. So, you're incredibly right there. So I think he was able to kind of, I would say at this point I would consider that a win on the side of Singularity, in that, okay, he just played as Anubis for my Archer that was a 2/2. I'm feeling pretty good. I can now, you know, he took care of my Medusa. I'm gonna move up. I'm gonna start hitting this Anubis as best as I can and remove it whenever I can. But he is not gonna have that card left anymore to bring out whenever I don't want it, or at least expect it. So I love how he played that. It is now dead. The Fire Imp going to be able to take out one of the strongest cards in the game. And now we're kind of sitting even and pretty. These two players, it's gonna come down to skill. It's not gonna come down to who has the better cards. It's just who's gonna be able to play better. And right now, Singularity and Baconator, 2 legendary players, man, in this scene, in this community. And I want to see exactly how they're going to do, how well they're going to perform here.
But, yeah, you're absolutely right about that. Like, the top 4 players right now would say Singularity, Baconator, Impolite, and Stuf. There's, like, the more known players. But this is neck and neck. Like, I'm just happy I'm not the one actually playing this game, because I would not know how to really approach this, because it's very similar in how, because nobody has like a big minion that's gonna hit super hard on the enemy leader yet.
I love the positioning of that Khepri too. I haven't seen many Khepris being run until I came to watch this tournament today. A lot of people are playing down Khepris because, you know, before you're like, okay, this card isn't really worth it, but now you look at Khepris like he can attack an entire lane and either give your units 1+ attack power or deal 1 damage to an entire row of enemy minions. And I just love the worth that this Khepri has gotten now. And now you see a 3/2 Aphrodite. I've never seen an Aphrodite get more than 1 damage, just because it's not really something you want to invest into, but here it is. Putting down, giving her the extra attack power. But right here we see that Bull Demon King on the right side being switched over, switching to the dark side now in the hands of Baconator.
Yeah, he does have the Nemesis to, let's see, actually it won't kill it, but it will leave it at 1 health if he decides to attack with both of his units on it. He actually draws a card. Okay, it's because he could have played Nemesis plus Ares to lock it down and kill it next turn.
Yeah. The one thing he could do here, he could play Enyo, perhaps get more attack power in the back line, deal some damage to either Geb or the BDK. I would probably go with the BDK, hopefully. Doomspeaker could come out with Nemesis if he so chooses to do that. Doomspeaker could block the BDK. Nemesis could take the health away, do some ranged attacks, and now BDK is down to 1 health. So there it is. He's going to move back. He's going to go max distance away. BDK will still be in range for a cleave, but it won't kill the Nemesis, which is really nice to see. Although 1 basic attack out of Ra will be able to finish that off next turn. But that's 1 basic attack you don't have to face with anything else on the board. So where's he going to move this archer? What's the most ideal place so that BDK isn't going to be able to get the most worth out of a cleave? Nemesis is in a great position here.
Yeah, he needs to... I would have moved it back 1 more square. And that's Zeus in that position. But in the first, I probably would have gone with Ares play. I feel like leaving Bull Demon King in play is... The cleave attack is so huge. If you stand any square around him, when he attacks another target, the enemies will take the same damage as he did. So if he attacks your leader, he takes 1 damage and he deals 4 damage to everything around him.
So there's that cleave only hitting 1 enemy though, going to instantly fall. That BDK really just not getting the worth out of it, especially the cards he had to put into it. The fact that he was able to take control over it, and that just was not. I don't think he got much worth out of that.
Yeah, I agree.
Able to turn this around though.
Oh, great Hades to use here. I'm a lot of time here to set the board up on his part and try to counteract take the board back from the raw player here.
Yeah, so now he's at a crossroads. Does he want to attack left lane or right lane or go right down the middle? You're not going to want to attack Ra. Ra's going to stick around in middle lane. Geb is over there and seems to be solo, and you're duoing with... Okay, this is just not right. Go ahead and execute that Blade Master right away. You have Bastet and a ward left in the hand of Baconator. I think he has a lot of control of this game. That ward is just going to give him back the infrastructure that he's looking for in his hand. Bastet will be played eventually, and this is... It's just going to be cannon fodder, honestly. Something to block his opponent in. There's too much power on the field. That Khepri, that Blade Master, just everything is adding up right now, and it's not looking good for Singularity here.
No, but he's not really out of the game yet because he can still kite the Blade Master for some more turns. And as I said before, the Singularity does not have a heavy hitting target in place, so he's sitting pretty good at 14 health right now. Oh, he has the second Blade Master as well.
Oh, and then send a basic attack over, but I guess he already ended up using that. Oh, there it is.
He's used it yet. Okay, yeah.
Alright, so we see that he does have a Fire Imp. He does have a pretty good hand here. He still does have that Enyo, that Ares, a Judgment if he wants that removal, and the Fire Imp. But looking over onto the hand of Baconator, we have that Ward, the Bastet, and the Book of Thoth. And like you said before, Singularity was not in a good position, but he can certainly come back. Baconator, again, just doesn't have that infrastructure to support, but if he needs to play that Ward, he can. That'll bring him into the late game. A little bit... those Magma Slams, though. that's going to cause for a lot of annoyances and a lot of removal on the side of Singularity, and I'm not sure how he's going to end up dealing with this.
Yeah, the thing is now is probably Fire Imp the one, either the Bastet or the Bowman, and try to make a big Scylla, but instead they have the Magma Slam to respond to that. Or they can play Enyo and Scylla as well.
Yeah, Enyo Scylla, because you can get the flag down. I don't know if I would have to move Zeus out. No, you don't have to move Zeus out of the way. You just need to be able to get that Bastet to get your passive off, or the Decrepit Bowman right there. He's going to go for the Bastet, but all these units are going to multiply. You have 2 units on the map right now that can multiply. Bastet has already multiplied herself into 3 cats, and you also have that Decrepit Bowman, I'm pretty sure, that can just, you know, pop off anytime he wants to into 2 other archers.
Yeah, but at the same time he has to kill the archer, or Ra will just make the Bowman hit Zeus, then heal it up, and he's gonna be back at 2 health again, like he never took damage.
Well, you're gonna see a Magma Slam coming out, so.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think this Scylla is gonna live to the next turn.
Oh no.
Probably not Enyo either.
Oh, but she is a monster, nonetheless. Monster now, but not later. She will be removed by a Magma Slam coming soon, and so will Enyo as well. Magma Slam to Enyo, and, you know, some ranged attacks will deal with her.
Yeah, exactly. And can buy some time if the flag is still around, because he's still hitting for 2 damage with his Zeus.
Yeah.
So right now, Capri needs to be the main thing that he needs to get rid of, because that's gonna buff up all the cats or archers, depending on what he feels is like the optimal play right now.
Oh, there it goes. He's lining him up already for Capri. Capri's gonna go ahead and buff him. That Arch is gonna, I think, aim over at Bologna, but he's opting not to use removal here. I think he's saving it for some other occasion, but he's gonna go ahead and give a basic attack with Ra, move his last Archer back, and save his hand. He did not use any infrastructure in his hand. I think what he wants to do is get Neath out, maybe ward up if he so chooses, but he's looking really comfortable here. And again, Baconator, a legendary Ra player, if not the best in the scene.
Yeah, definitely. He's one of the best at least. He's a very scary Egyptian player overall. His Isis is top-notch as well.
So back onto Singularity's turn here. He does have Ares and a Thanatos, Scion of Doom, as well as a Fire Imp. I want to see what he does here, how he optimally plays this, as he's kind of trapped at the top of the screen here, surrounded by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 minions. Just surrounded by. He's going to go ahead and hit the Neath, though. I think that was pretty worth it. Neath is just such a heavy-hitting character in this game. Able to take that out, but it's just not looking good for Singularity. It's just kind of like a downward spiral from here. Is there anything he can dig himself out of this hole? Is there anything that he could do to further, I guess, secure a win in the first game here?
I mean, a Nike would be a good start for him. At the same time, he needs to kill the Capri before he can do that.
So he drew Annihilation.
Oh.
Yeah, Annihilation will just about end that. And here we see Lethal. We're going to go into game 2, guys. Baconator coming victorious, showing how amazing he is when it comes to Ra. We'll bring you guys to game 2. Stay with us shortly, guys. Stick around. All right, guys, into the next game here. We have Baconator against Singularity. It looks to be, we're going to see two Zeuses going. ZVZ, a Zeus Mirror, a ZVZ Ditto, you know. We have on the right side, though, Baconator, and on the left side, Singularity. The first thing going to be happening is Singularity is going to be placing down an Archer in the back line. Looking at their hands right off the bat, Simbreed, help me out. Determine what we're going to see in this game, what's going to happen, and between two Zeuses, how late is this game going to go, and what are we going to prominently see in these two decks?
Yeah, usually this matchup takes a long time to finish, actually. But as we can see on the opening hands right now, that Baconator actually has the turn for Medusa if he wants it, which is, in my opinion, one of the strongest play you can do in this matchup. If it lives, it can take over the game, and if it doesn't, that actually the enemy has to put out so much of their resources into killing it, just because of the execute ability. But as we can see, he has the Nemesis, which should be able to take care of it in the end. He has the Fire Imp. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, so he does have a lot of firepower in his hands. You have a lot of early removal, you have that Fire Imp, that Thanatos. You have a Nemesis if you have something really disgusting coming out on the side of Baconator. But Baconator's hand, it's getting large, man. Especially when you're a turn 2 Zeus and you have that mana potion sitting in your hand, you have so much control right away. Not only are you sitting 3-3, you're going second given, but you have that mana potion. But you also have early access, that early access to Medusa. If you want that beta key, go ahead and grab your Medusa here, and that's what turn 2 is going to give him. If he wants to be able to throw out that Medusa next turn, now is his time to do it. He instead decides to bring out Aphrodite here. I don't know about that call, but I want to see what he's going to do, go through with this. So there goes the Nemesis on the top side, going to be able to half Aphrodite's health. Fire Imp in the back line going to finish Aphrodite off.
Yes, Singularity is pouring a lot of resources into this early game actually here. So I would have liked for Baconator to just play a little more calmly there, probably play an Argus, then coin out the Medusa, get it even to draw a card. Aphrodite was a little pushed, he wasn't under that much of a pressure at that time in that game. All he had was
I will tip them back.
was a 1-2.
See, I think he's playing a little bit more passive than he has to right now. Like, he has that Medusa that are just... He has Hades, too. He could have played Hades there and been pretty comfortable. If he just put Hades in that choke point, I would have loved to see that. He has 2, so if in case one goes down, he has a backup. But he has so much control. He lost an opportunity to control the board. He's now kind of pinned in the bottom right corner. Baconator needs to find his way out of this. Singularity able to put on this pressure. Is Baconator saving himself? Is he kind of gonna come out all at once with everything he has? Is this really a good call? There doesn't seem to be much on the field though to put too much pressure on. Like you have that Nemesis just sitting comfortably up there, but it's gonna die next turn. And if we so choose, we can also kill that Archer in the back line at any moment. But do you think he's giving up too much pressure early game?
I don't know. I think there is something that we don't really see that Baconator is saw in this match, or just from his experience. Because for me, I think that was a weird play as well. Because he could have just Hades, split everything up, rooted them, and play next turn a Medusa and keep the choke control as well. And that he has a Bull Demon King out, so the Hades is still gonna do some work, because it's gonna fear him in one direction, so he can keep doing range poke at least on it.
So again, his hand size is just enormous here, and he has to be able to play something eventually. There goes the Hades, but that BDK is in a position where it's still going to be menacing, and if it wants to target that Hades, it's going to target the Hades. It's going to deal a lot of damage, and that Hades is just going to be used as some CC control and not even really get the chance to deal out any ranged damage. What can Singularity really do to come out on, like, bring his lead a little bit more? Like, he has a Scylla in hand, he has that Aphrodite. If he wants to hook up Aphrodite to the BDK, that might be one option. That'll just be a backline nemesis over there, no puns intended, but we just have so much power and so much potential that Singularity can offer, and so much power and potential that Baconator can offer, but it just doesn't seem to be coming out yet. I think he's just reserving himself, but I want to know what he's going to do with this BDK. He has to attack with it, but does he really want to risk that 2 damage and trade with it next turn? I think he might as well do it now than later.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like either you put your Aphrodite on it and the shield,
Now to
and
find a
hope that it
soulmate.
survives longer.
Yeah, and that's what seems to be opting to do.
Yeah, you haven't seen a Thanatos though yet from Baconator, so there's a big chance that he has that in hand. But he did play a Nemesis, so both plays here, not putting on and waiting a turn, or just coming in right away.
And what I love about these 2 players is they take their time, man. And if there's anyone, besides Stoof, that takes most of their time for all their turns, it's Baconator and Singularity. Both extremely patient players, take their time to understand what they're getting themselves into. And, you know, hats off to them for being extremely patient in this matchup. Looking at every situation, what they could possibly do to follow up, and playing as optimal as they can. If they make a mistake, they will probably catch it instantly and make up for it immediately. So there's Medusa in the top right, the nemesis of the Greek pantheon, if you will. And she's just going to be sitting up there pretty, waiting to come out and show what she can do to everybody.
Yeah, but he's a little unfortunate that he did not have a cheaper god to play, because right now he has Judgment second ability triggered, which is that it deals an additional 2, so it deals 4 damage. He could have, if he could have played that, plus then attack with Nemesis to kill off the Bull Demon King. But from the looks of it, Singularity is showing no mercy in this game.
Yeah, he just didn't have the economy to support the Judgment. You're totally right. So in here you can see that Baconator is just kind of... Baconator's not in a good position. He's been kind of cornered the entire game. That BDK is going to be closing in on him. Ares was not any help to the situation at all. Of course, his battle cry will chain a nearby enemy, bring it to him, and stun him for an entire turn. He was able to take advantage of that with the Medusa, thus taking Medusa out of the game once again. We have Aphrodite in the back, still hooked up to the BDK, and in the top right, we're going to see an Archer just coming out. What else can he do here? He doesn't have any chance to play Nike. He's going to go ahead and add some CC here, but it's not going to be much. That BDK is still standing there, pretty, and all Ares did was just move back a few feet. He's going to be CC'd for a little bit, but it's not going to be enough.
Yeah, like this Bull Demon King has been the MVP of this match, I would say. I don't know how many has it actually done. Like
I think 2
3 or 4.
3, yeah. But it has definitely gotten its worth out, exactly what you're saying.
Here
Oh no. Oh, so he went up and powered it to 6 attack power for 1 turn, thus instantly killing the Hades with return damage of only 1. So again, getting so much worth out of this BDK. For those of you that say BDK is not worth it, just please take a look at this game. People are running BDK, and BDK is getting a lot of worth. Bull Demon King, 2017. Please, people, vote.
Hashtag Bull Demon King, don't buff it next patch.
Please don't.
Yeah, well, let's see if does he has any play that he can do right now to get himself out of this?
Well, he's about to be surrounded eventually, and he won't have a way out. And I don't suspect that he's running a teleport, because nobody's running teleport on Zeus nowadays. Usually that's in Poseidon. Not many people are even running Poseidon. He kind of just needs to hold out as best he can. There goes the Nike on the top right, but is he going to be able to follow up? Is that Nike going to be able to stay alive for much longer? That Bull Demon King is looking awfully hungry still.
Yeah, I don't think so. Like, we know that he has a Scylla and Nemesis, which is a combo in itself, plus Judgment, which cannot hit Nike, but and Nemesis can. So, and he has a lot of range as well on the board already.
Yeah, you could deal 3 damage, Nemesis it down, deal 2 range damage, and then just Scylla down. So you can get your Scylla ability going. And there he calls it. He knows exactly what's about to happen. He's been cornered. He calls forfeit there. Good game to both of them, honestly. But we'll get into the third game. That's 1 for Baconator, 1 for Singularity. We're going to get into the third game, guys. This is going to game 3 between 2 of the best players in the scene. Semifinals, guys. I'll be back. All right, guys, here we are again for another match, the final match between Singularity and Baconator. On the right side, we have Baconator playing as Guan Yu, and on the left side, we have Singularity also playing as Guan Yu. So we're going to see a Guan Yu mirror. Before we saw a Zeus mirror, this time it's going to be a Guan Yu mirror on a beautiful, beautiful map. I got to give some props out to the artists here, but this Chinese map looks fantastic, man. I love everything about it. I had to get that out there. But Simbreed, please take us into these hands. What can we expect out of this game? What can we expect out of these two players? And what does Guan Yu have in stock for this game?
Baconator has the opening that this matchup is a turn 1 White Tiger. Now he just wants that to grow and grow and grow, and then they put transfusion on it and basically smash his face.
Yeah.
You have on the Singularity side, he has the Shangbei though, so he basically wants to do the same thing. And see, he has a Fire Imp plus Crescent Blade already. So if he wants to, he can kill the White Tiger straight away. Also save up and hope that the Doom Speaker is gonna be enough to kill it.
Yeah, he does have that Crescent Blade and that Fire Imp right away, which is, like you said, a great removal and a great strategy to fire off to that White Tiger in the back. Does he want to expend the resources of a Fire Imp on a White Tiger, though? I think I would end up doing that. Though you are getting rid of a Crescent Blade, which is in turn 2 mana, and a Fire Imp, which also is 2 mana in cost. Crescent Blade, of course, is free, but it's also the hero ability from Guan Yu. They're going to go ahead, go face. We're not going to see a Fire Imp coming out yet, but in fact, in the back line, he's going to go ahead and play Chang'e for the healing factor that it gives. So every turn that Chang'e is near any of your allies, it's going to heal them for 1 until max HP. So back over to Baconator. With that White Tiger in the back line, he also has the Dragon King, a legendary card that deals 3 damage to a single target and then 3 damage to an entire row of targets. So you're going to get a lot of damage out of that, a lot of crowd control if you can. Often when you want to play against Guan Yu, or any Chinese for that matter, you're going to want to stay out of being in one horizontal line.
Yeah, I actually had the first time I played it. I played versus Chrono, and I thought I had the game in a bag. I have the 9 health or something like that, and then he just smashed me with that card actually. So, see if he can do the same here with Baconator.
One thing he does have out on the field, though this Chang'e has lost a lot of health, he's going to go ahead and throw it in the back line. Ebo is also sitting in the hand of Singularity here. Ebo is such a powerful card in that, hey, if you put something of high cost onto the field, I'm going to go ahead and put something of low cost on the field to return that high cost card back to your hand. But basically all Ebo really does is it tactically returns a card back to your opponent's hand. I'm not sure if that's that's on a Warcry, I do believe, and that's a very powerful Warcry at that. We also see Stone Guardian and Oogway, 2 very powerful cards in the Chinese deck, sitting in the hand of Singularity as well. Both players take so much time to think about what they want to do, and I cannot wait to see what he's going to play here or how he's going to react to this White Tiger sitting in his face, as well as the Guan Yu idly above.
Yeah. Awesome. He bought in this matchup is if they put the transfusion on one of their bigger toughness people, then you just play Hipwa and then you got a 2-for-1, and they got a 1-3 White Tiger or a 0-5 Shanghai back into their hand.
And I think maybe we'll see something like that, because we see Transfusion sitting in the hand of Baconator here, and we also see Hebo sitting in the hand of Singularity right here. Which, exactly what you said, we may be able to see. We just need that Chang'e, which, guess what? We have a Chang'e. So Baconator with Transfusion and a Hebo sitting in the hand of Singularity. I'm kind of waiting just to see what you said happen, where you can return a Transfusion back to your hand, and it's just going to be for nothing. So opting to move back with the White Tiger so we can fester a little bit more into a higher health card. Still going to sit at 1 health unless you get a Jade Boon. It won't increase in attack. The BDK coming out onto the field in the back line. Not going to serve any purpose yet, but as soon as it moves up, that Oogway and that Guan Yu are going to wish they were a little bit farther behind.
Yeah, and you know that Baconator is eager to kill that He knows what happened in the last game, and he does not want that to be a repeat game. So, play though, he can play a Stone Guardian very far back, which exactly is what you want to do. So, to be the play here, and the Stone Guardian, he gets one additional range every turn that it becomes your turn again. So, in the end, it could actually fire from cross map to the other side.
Insane, especially if you manage to get a Jade Boon out on it, and it increases attack power every turn. Not only are you increasing attack power, but you're also increasing damage. So you just become one of the worst snipers in the game if you let it fester in the corner. Again, just one more of those cards in the Chinese pantheon that just sits in a corner until it's powerful enough to come out of its shell.
Yeah, exactly. So I actually have a question for you, Nuka here.
Yeah.
If you play, would you play Shangwei and put Transfusion directly on it in this spot, or would you actually wait a turn and see if maybe you can bait out?
I would have to bait it out, yeah, because you know that your opponent is running Hebo. He can see that his deck list includes Hebo, and I'm sure he's played enough where he can see that eventually Chang'e is going to have to be returned. I'm sure you can get some worth out of Chang'e before he targets it, and yeah, sure, you can transfusion it one turn later, I think would be a good idea here. And maybe get some damage and worth out of it, as well as the heal, the passive heal for one turn.
Yeah, exactly. That's just the thing that's hard to do sometimes, because you know that if your opponent attacks it, you get 1 damage less every turn that happens. So if you would Crescent Blade, it would turn to a 0-4. So if you transfuse it, it will become a 4-4 instead of 5-5.
So he's going to go ahead and Crescent Blade and use a Fire Imp on the BDK here. Quickly expel that and move up forward. I guess he moved up slightly with his Stone Guardian, which again is just festering in the back line. 3-3, going to become a 6-5 range next turn.
Yeah, and it's perfectly out of range as well from the Shangwei.
Oh yeah.
But even if it was in range, you probably have to take out the Uguay. It's becoming like a really large threat.
So there's that Chang'e. It's going to go ahead and take out that Uguay. Nice.
Yes. So Baconator has like a lot of good stuff in his hand still though. He has communicating.
That was some pretty good. That was dirty removal. He used three Crescent Blades on the backline Stone Guardian just to get rid of it, and I think that was a great call. I think he was saving up those Crescent Blades for such an occasion. There goes out the Habwa just to remove that Chang'e as we had predicted earlier. So glad that happened, honestly. I was waiting to see that, and this game is fantastic. There goes an Uguay on the side of Singularity as well, in the backline of Baconator, just to kind of sit there and control the way he moves, where he wants to go, and I guess he's going to go ahead and force him to move up, place something down below, maybe a Blade Master to get rid of that Uguay.
Yeah, I mean, if we just take a look at Singularity's hand right now, it's pretty ridiculous, to be honest. There's 2 Blade Masters, 2 Scions of Doom, and a Dragon King. That's a lot of first hand.
Flow to victory. So he opts to remove the Uguay from the map and return it to his opponent's hand. That's not too much. What is that, 4 mana? That's not too bad. That's not going to really hurt him out that much, but it does remove that threat for a temporary amount of time, and I'm not sure if I like that move. He could have done a lot of other things, maybe even get a lot more presence on the map, but instead he chose to fight with Habwa. He's going to probably end up exchanging Habwas here. 3 damage for 3 damage, and just kind of trading out here. Or he can attack with his leader, thus just killing Habwa immediately and receiving 3 damage on the other side here.
Yeah, I think the thought process of him there is that if he bounces it back and plays a Stone Guardian, if the Stone Guardian lives, and if he summons back the Uguay, the Stone Guardian plus a Crescent Blade will kill the Uguay.
Well, we're not seeing any more Stone Guardians this game, it seems, because we have seen the last one, it seems, so far. None of the hands are carrying any more Stone Guardians. We do have more Blade Masters, more Scion of Dooms that can kind of end this game. And the closer we look at it, we can kind of see that Baconator's not really in a good position here. I'm kind of getting cornered in the top right. You have that extremely powerful card just getting removed now. He was in a great position, though, to never get hit. The BDK in a comfortable position, coming down right in the center of the, right in between the Guan Yu and the Blade Master. So that'll be able to deal a big chunk of damage next turn if you give it the chance.
But yeah, but he can take care of that Volume King right away. He can play a Xynodude, buff his Blade Master, and attack it.
There it is.
Yeah. So I would probably play away because I would love to do a Blade Master plus Transfusion.
Well, there goes the Blade Master. He does have Transfusion on call if he so chooses, but he's not gonna use it now. He does also have Dragon King. I wonder when that's gonna come out. I want to see that be played at some point for maybe some sort of removal, if not just to attack the leader. It's such a powerful card. It's gonna be able to deal 6 damage straight to the leader. There goes out a Blade Master from Baconator to attack the other Blade Master for Singularity. They're gonna go ahead and trade as much damage as possible. A lot of just removal coming out too. You have the Crescent Blade coming out to deal the last damage of that Blade Master at the top middle that belonged to Singularity there.
Yeah, he can actually get rid of the Blade Master without a problem here. He can Transfusion his 1-2 to 2-2 and then Crescent Blade to deal the 3 damage. For that you want to see the Dragon King, I've actually seen the Dragon King be basically like the finishing move. Like a 6 burst damage out of nowhere, basically, is what most people have used it for, at least in my own experience.
And both players seem to be running it as well. You can see that Dragon Kings are in the hands of both players here, and I think it just comes down to when do you want to use it. Oddly enough, we have 2 Transfusions sitting in the hand of Singularity. He's going to go ahead and remove that Blade Master in the middle there, but are those Transfusions going to come into play? When will he be able to find a window to use those? I don't really think he'll be able to, but what's your opinion on this?
No, I think, yeah, that's probably gonna go on a 1-2.
Because if we look over here,
basically,
we see 2 Changas. So
one of those.
I'm hoping these guys will kind of team up at some point during this match and say, hey, look, you got Changas, I got Transfusions, let's not fight anymore. Go ahead and mix and match, you know? So there goes the Dragon King, removing a lot of units at the top there. You had an Archer dying as well as an Oogway, and now he's going to head move out. Top right, place his own Star and Guardian in the top right so it can fester.
Yeah. So, let's see. He has actually a Stone Guardian is his top deck, which...
Yeah, Dragon King coming out, man. That removal, man. He's getting denied of everything.
Bad thing also here for Baconator is that all the enemies he's facing is basically ranged. So he's always gonna take the turns. Oh, that's actually the game.
Yeah, that's the game, man. So guys, we'll see you later. We're gonna hand it over to Adonis and Deathwalker 7000. Thank you guys, and we'll see you later.
Hey, what's up, everyone? Adonis here, and we're going to be casting over this SMITE Tactics Weekly Tournament. We're in the 7th installment. I'm also joined by my co-caster, Deathwalker. He's a very prominent member of the Tactics community. Deathwalker, why don't you introduce yourself?
Yeah, thank you, Adonis. I'm actually a high-level player right now in SMITE Tactics. I have a YouTube channel, Deathwalker7000. I do a lot of SMITE Tactics-related videos to help newer players that are trying to get into the game and give them the knowledge they need to, have that head start. And I also on Twitch streaming a lot for SMITE Tactics. And I just want to, see the game grow because it's really an awesome game.
Yeah, and I'm really glad to have you here casting and hopefully breaking down some of this high-level plays. Right now, we're in the semifinals here. We have Keck versus Aurelius. Aurelius, a new player not only to the tournament, but just to Tactics itself. Apparently, I was talking to him earlier, and he said he picked up the game about 1 to 2 weeks ago. Doesn't even have all the cards, but he's made it all the way to the semifinals. And, let's not waste any more time, Deathwalker, and let's get straight into the game. We're going to head into the action right now. And we're actually going to see a new walk being played by Aurelius, a leader we don't see played too often. What do you find strong about Nuwa, Deathwalker?
Well, Nuwa has the ability to use her, his special ability for a leader to stealth the ranged unit in the back line of your army. And that's what it's powerful against, because you can't remove their units with spells. But just like this White Tiger got removed by Ra.
Yeah, and it's also, the counter to spells, I think, is the important thing. This is probably, versus a Ra, this is the best matchup you can have as a new Wa, being able to use that stealth. But already, Keck doing a great job of controlling this board, using the Sunder, then that Magma Slam there as well. He really doesn't want Aurelius to have anything dominant and strong on board.
Well, that's the gameplay of Ra, right? Ra wants to get to the late game where he has this big legendary cards and combat mechanics from like Book of the Dead and Annihilation to be able to wipe a whole board. So he's trying to get there with having a lot of little removals. And the game plan with Noir right now is trying to put as much threat as possible on the board to be able to kill the Ra before he gets to that late game.
Yeah, and you can see right now, only a White Tiger on board. He's going to be able to drop this Imperial Archer as well. And he also has the Bull... Oh, no. He actually had a chance to use the Bull Demon King drop there, but instead he actually elects to drop the Recall. A little bit surprising to see Recall used on such a low mana cost minion.
Well, that's what I was saying. His plan is to get as much pressure on Ra as possible. So recalling that will ensure that Ra doesn't have that archer to kill the White Tiger on board, and he's going to have to invest more removal, but he just uses Sunder and a Magma Slam. So that doesn't mean that Ra has more removal to enter this board. And we're not going to see a removal, but we're going to see Chaos Spawn, who's going to silence the ability of the Imperial Archer. So now every spell that the new one's going to use, that Imperial Archer is not going to get the extra damage on the Ra.
And that's pretty important considering that Aurelius had both a Manifold Blade and that Urn of Attack. And that's one thing too, there's a couple leaders and characters that actually get buffed on this map with the Urns. Specifically the Chinese Pantheon, just being able to use that Archer, get that extra spell card to proc his passive. There's a lot of combos with just command in general in there, and I think that was a smart play of the Chaos Spawn to silence out that Archer before it ramped up too strong. And Bull Demon King's going to be dropped here as well, and there's actually no answer for Keck right now to one-shot this, so it could become a problem.
Well, right when you say that,
oh
we see
no.
that Dobbs deck the Execute, and that's going to be the perfect answer to get rid of this Bull Demon King, leaving the board with a 2/2 and a 1/3. That is not a lot of pressure for a control deck that has a full hand.
That's unbelievable. Just the top deck perfect card that he needed. And now that Bull Demon King's not on the board, I mean, just look at the draw from Aurelius. He picks up a Hebo, which he doesn't want to waste because he has nothing to recall it with, and the Chang'a's not really an aggressive card to drop. I mean, I'm pretty sure Aurelius runs Transfusion, but he doesn't have it right now. So he's in an interesting spot where he has been trying to pressure out this Raw, but he doesn't have anything strong on board, and his hand isn't really useful for that.
Well, that's the problem he has. If if he plays Hebois, it has 1 health, it will die to the annihilation on curve of the Ra, and Ra basically will kill the Archer that has 2 health, will kill the Tiger with the basic attack of Ra. That doesn't even need it because it's not gonna heal unless the Chang'e comes down. But you know, putting Chang'e, yes, you can push 3 damage with your Archer and your Tiger right now, and 1 more with the it's gonna actually move the Nuwa away from the heal of the Chang'e. It's gonna be really bit curious here, but that's not what's gonna lose him the game. What's gonna lose him the game? He's not gonna have any other cards to deal with the big legendary cards of Ra, and I will not be surprised if we see an Annihilation comes down to clear this board.
It's got to be the Annihilation. Yeah, I actually really loved the play. I think Aurelius made the best of it as he could. Right, puts the Chang'e down, fights into Ra. He gets the heal, but I mean, the Annihilation has got to be the only play here for Keck, and he's going to do so. And he's probably going to hit this Chang'e as well, get it down to 1. So even if Aurelius draws the transfusion, which he doesn't, it's only a 1/1. Aurelius is in a rough spot here. Do you think he's going to be able to come back in this death?
Well, he is in top deck mode, and he don't get the best out of it. Right? We see a Manifold Blade. I mean, it can be cast on leaders, so it can push 2 damage, but Ra is actually at 13 right now, and we see that he picked up a Blade Master that can heal him for 3, and a Geb that can heal him for 3 also. So he has at potential right now 19 health versus a Nuwa that didn't use his turn 8. She just fogged the Chang'e.
And
it's gonna be hard.
Yeah, I actually like this play more than playing the Blade Master as well. You get the 7 damage on board. He heals himself. He's not really in range for any lethal potential. I mean, even if Aurelius had Dragon King in hand, he's fine. So I think this is the best play coming out from Keck. But there's the Hebo finally getting some use. So 7 mana is wasted there.
It is wasted, but like we just there is not anything to put pressure on the Ra. I mean, unless we see a transfusion next turn, and that will be really, really lucky. Ra right here is going to be able to play that Blade Master and go to 16, kill the Hebois, and have a really big threat on board. Or is he going to choose to, just put an Osiris and a walk away? It's going to be surprising. I really want to see the Blade Master come down because getting more of your health is going to take away all the damage that Nuwa is going to be able to do. And that's exactly what's going to happen.
And he's actually going to Scion of Doom instead of healing himself, so he's able to one-shot the Chang'e. And he's going to take the 3 damage from Hebo, but he just has full control of board right now. And there's the Dragon King draw from Aurelius, but I mean, he has no minions on board. He has nothing right now to answer what's happening. I mean, I think this is getting pretty close to game right now.
Exactly. If the Bull Demon King would have lived and deal a little bit more damage, maybe Nuwa is going to be able to seal up this game. Because, between Manifold Blade and Dragon King, you actually have 7 damage. So that was really close. But with a full hand on the Ra side of things, and he knows that there's a Fire Giant in there, I don't see a way out for Nuwa right now. There's too much things on the board.
I actually think it probably would have been better for Aurelius to hold Dragon King, and maybe he draws another Manifold Blade and he can burst Ra in hand. But the second he used that Dragon King, I don't think he has a win condition left anymore. And you can see him here just in this corner now. This is game, I think, Deathwalker. I think we're going to see game 1 go over to Keck right now. But he's still in it for now. He's just top decking, and he's not getting what he needs.
Exactly. He's on top deck mode while we know there's a Fire Giant, there's an Execute, and there's a Geb to stabilize even more the Ra. We're going to see the Geb come down, bring it 116, and now not only he has less card, or none of the cards, because none of attack can be cast on the leader, he's going to get the transfusion.
Man,
but
brutal. Yeah, I mean, draw-wise, most of this game went to Keck, right? He top decks the Execute. I'm pretty sure he top decked that Magma Slam at the beginning of the game as well. And then Aurelius couldn't really draw anything he wanted. He finally gets the transfusion after both his Chang'es have died as well, which is pretty brutal. But overall, Aurelius didn't seem to be able to get the pressure on board and leave it on board long enough, and then he just wasn't getting the appropriate draws to deal with Keck's Ra.
No, like you said, both the Tigers and the Chang'e are going down pretty fast. And, these cards are really low in attack, but they have a high health, so they stick on the board. and that's why you want them. You want to use transfusion on them. But if you don't have the combo, then they're really slow at killing your opponent, especially Chang'e with 0 attack.
Well, game 1 goes over to Keck, and we'll be right back with game 2. Hey everyone, welcome back. Game 2, straight away. We did just watch Keck with his Raw take game 1. Into game 2, we actually still see Aurelius playing his new Wa, so very confident in this deck.
Yeah, so we see that he wants to use the Nuwa first because maybe he has more, knowledge with Nuwa since you said he's a new player, and he really wants to get the win with that and then move on one of his other decks, and we're gonna see how he deals with the Zeus now.
And right away, you can see just a marksman on board, immediately going to be countered by that Manifold Blade. Do you really want to see a Manifold Blade used that early? I mean, I guess he didn't really have any other play. Doesn't really want to waste the mana potion just yet. A little bit dangerous to leave it on board as well, you think?
Well, of course, the Manifold Blade it was a good removal here because if she wants to develop the Hugwei on this turn, then she doesn't have to think about the Archer killing the Hugwei with a Thanatos, for example. Because if the Archer was alive, the Thanatos here would have been a perfect counter for Zeus.
And you can see it's going to get cleared out anyway quickly there. I believe that was Judgment used along with that Nemesis.
Exactly, but Zeus had to invest 2 cards instead of only 1 Thanatos, so it's end up paying pretty well for a realist, choosing to Manifold Blade that Archer in the early game.
And he has a couple options here with 4 mana. He can drop the Ho Yi, which I think he's going to try to do it in this corner, and that should be just out of range of the Nemesis as well. So the Nemesis not going to be able to get to the Ho Yi. And that's unfortunate, but we could see Zeus here. I think the best play is probably to basic attack and then Thanatos execute.
Zeus is going to be out of range from that position. He can't get
just barely,
that corner. Yeah, so it's going to be... I want to see, Medusa come down here. And, you want to place Medusa and then move your Zeus away from the Medusa so Medusa doesn't get hit from the whole ricochet, but it's going to choose to go with a more defensive line of play, which is going to be to kiss the Nemesis.
Yeah,
and now he's thinking where to put the Zeus. Yeah, that was the smartest positioning for the Zeus. That's a good play.
This is actually, this is really solid, right? The Protect one, going to make it so Nuwa can't damage the Nemesis. The Ho Yi can't finish off the Nemesis as well. And if the Ho Yi tries to trade into the Aphrodite, what's going to happen is that's just going to leave him at 2 health for the execute. But instead, the Hebo comes down, sends the Aphrodite back. I don't know if I really like that play. Right? There's certain characters that it's always very dangerous to recall back into players' hands, like a Blade Master who's going to heal the leader again and has charge, or like an Aphrodite who's then going to be able to link someone else maybe at a better time.
You're right. But if we look at his hand, he didn't really had a better play than playing that Hebois. He didn't want to use the Dragon King on such a low priority target, so he could have played a Doom Speaker, but then it would have been weak to the Zeus and the Aphrodite on play. So trading a Hebois for Nemesis overall, it's not that bad.
It's probably worth it. You can see Keck takes a little bit of return damage from it. 6 mana right now, and he can't get in range of the Hou-Yi again. Do you think he's just going to slam Medusa here? Or maybe Aphrodite Nimbus? It's not even worth that, is it?
I would have definitely played a Medusa because it's not going to be killed by the Hou-Yi unless there's like a second Manifold Blade, because, you know, Nuwa's not being able to create Crescent Blades on demand. It's surprising a really turn he's going to go with a Chaos Spawn, silencing nothing because of the Nuwa's Fog protecting the Hou-Yi and just drawing a card. And now it's at Nuwa to have the pace of the game, and the positioning was really poor also from Zeus because the Hou-Yi is going to be able to get a kill on the Chaos Spawn and push some damage into the face of Zeus. And we can probably see a Doom Speaker Chang'e come down, and it's going to put a lot of pressure on the Zeus, and it's going to heal back the Hou-Yi. So a really strong board state right now versus the Zeus, even though if Zeus has a lot of cards in hand.
Yeah, that was a huge misplay from Keck there. I don't even think he was thinking about it. I mean, Hou-Yi's not really played too often. And like you said, just putting it right next to the Zeus where it was just going to take... I mean, it was just a free death, and he lost a card for really nothing. And now he doesn't really have much of an answer for this. I'm assuming he's going to slam Hades here and push everyone away, or actually just Blade Master and take out the Hou-Yi just because it's been really annoying there. And he's in an okay spot. And Keck's hand is actually really strong right now. He has a lot of answers to anything that Aurelius could potentially play.
Well, the clearest answer here is to transfuse your Chang'e to trade out that Blade Master, and then you can just go with, you know, a second Chang'e to heal the first one, and you can keep your Dragon King for you know, later uses, or to finish the game on the next turn, because right now he can push with the Dome Speaker and Nuwa 4 damage into Zeus, putting him at 10, which means the next turn, if the Doom Speaker or the Chang'e is still on the board, he will be dead to the Dragon King.
Yeah, I like this play better. I like this play a lot better because he puts him in kill range. He does. Oh no, he just had lethal.
That's actually lethal. Yeah, we didn't even thought about that. We didn't even thought. Yeah, I was just clearing the board because, you know, most of the time you can't kill it, but yeah, you can just go with the damage to face, and that's it.
I can't believe we didn't notice lethal, Deathwalker. We're terrible, but yeah, no, he had just enough mana in hand to cast both. I actually didn't think he had mana. I just had looked at the hand real quick and I was like, oh, he doesn't have enough, but I mean, that was just perfect lethal lined up, and Aurelius going to finish it off. That's one of the strongest points, I think, about Chinese is that Dragon King card. There is so many lethal potentials that, you know, other Pantheons can't do, and there's a lot of burst in a hand with Transfusion Chang'es as well.
Yeah, exactly, because your opponent doesn't expect the Chang'e, you know. Yes, it can be transfused, but you cannot always play around Chang'e being transfused. So you have, for example, like we saw there, the 6 damage from the Dragon King, the 4 damage from the transfusion, and even if they had like another Manifold Blade, for example, that would have pushed 2 more damage, of a total of 12 damage. That's a lot. That's 50% of most of the leader's health.
Yeah, that's huge. But this is a best of 3, so we're lined up 1-1 right now, and we'll be right back with Game 3. to game 3 right now. Aurelius took last game to bring the score back 1-1, and we finally see him off of his new wall, and now he is actually playing in ISIS. So this is going to be interesting. We'll see what his Egyptian deck is built around.
Yeah, well, we see that Kank with the same deck, the Zeus one, is gonna go straight up and attack the ISIS. And with both Judgment in the hand and no Archer in this game, it's not gonna be able to play, have a good drop in the first turns.
Yeah, it's interesting. This could be a mid-range ISIS, which we see a lot of ISIS players go for instead of a control-oriented style. Her ability to protect one works a lot better at pushing damage and playing aggressive than it does, for playing defensively. And a good draw, though, coming out Doom Speaker, which was the perfect thing that I think Keck needed right there. And also something to mention, guys, we only have one perspective during this game, so we're only going to be watching from Keck's hand, unfortunately.
Well, we see that both players are going to be able to remove the Doom Speaker from the other players, but once again, Zeus with 2 mana not able to put something on board, and now it's going to be to Isis who's going to have the initiative to place a threat on the board before.
Yeah, and there's the on her as well. That's one thing. Greek has a lot of trouble dealing with ranged characters, I think, unless they have a ranged of their board. They don't really have a lot of very hard or direct removal. They have really just Judgment, and then they have Blade Masters if they run it. And this is kind of unfortunate for Keck right now. I mean, he's got his last couple draws have all been 7 drops, and the Neath gets slammed by Aurelius on this turn as well. This is going to be hard. When you get behind on Greek, what do you have to do, Deathwalker, to fight back into a game?
Well, they added one of the best, 2 drops in the game, Nemesis. Nemesis combined with Judgment is a 4 mana, and you're able to reduce anything that has like 8 health or less, which is, pretty much everything in the game. You can literally kill it. But, it takes 2 cards, and you need another god on the board. But that's, the best removal that Greek has right now. But just like you said, in terms of range fighting, Greek doesn't have a lot. They only have Aphrodite on their Pantheon, Hades, and Medusa.
And Medusa, yeah. And, I mean, he's got a Hades in hand, but, like, Aphrodite and Hades, they don't have a ton of damage in hand. It's 2 for Hades and 1 for Aphrodite, so they don't really pack a lot of punch. And the Neath and the on her are on board right now, and you can see Aurelius setting up to play something else. Drops the Bastet there. This is a perfect play. He's blocking off the Bull Demon King, and if the Bull Demon King trades into this Bastet right now, he won't be able to cleave the cats that are going to drop right after it. And he's actually rooted in place, so he's not even going to be able to move.
No, exactly. That was a really strange, placement for the Bull Demon King, because the Neath didn't even have to move, and she was already in range to root him there. Like that, the play from Keck was hoping that, the mid-range Isis didn't have something to drop on 6 mana. Where it was really, really, optimistic from him to don't expect a minion from your opponent when he has 5 cards and 6 mana. So now he's gonna be, basically in a worse spot than last turn. Last turn he had to deal with a Neath and an Anher. Now he's gonna have to deal with a Bastet and a Doom Speaker on top of these 2. So now it's really hard to, the Hades is gonna come down. It's gonna fear the Isis away, but she's ranged. She's still gonna be able to attack, and the Doom Speaker and the Bastet are still there and on melee range from the Hades. So this, ability from Hades to fear the melees away didn't really work well for him here.
Oh, that's unfortunate too. He probably should have used Judgment on the Bastet before, because you can see with the Hades there, it took up a spot so a cat didn't spawn there, and the Bull Demon King would have got a cleave, but instead he's just going to leave the Bull Demon King there, doesn't even attack with it because everything got feared away. I think that was a slight misplay from Keck there.
Yeah, I agree, especially because right now your Bull Demon King's going to die to a cat, and like I said, now the Anher is going to move in. He can even stun the Hades with the Anher, in diagonal, so it's gonna hit the Bull Demon King, then trade the cats and finish it off the Hades with the Neat. So Isis has a full clear here, and she can even develop one of her threats with 7 mana, and attack the Zeus with the Doom Speaker.
Yeah, you can see. I mean, for this Isis just wants full control of this board. There's no point in going face. And I think that's what he's about to do too. He's just going to stun out this Hades, finish off the Bull Demon King with a cat, and then start applying pressure to the Zeus after that. And it's still going to be really hard. I mean, this has been quite unlucky for Keck. I mean, look at his hand once again. Blademaster, Ares, Nike. It's just a bunch of high-cost minions, but he had them in his hand so early, and he was never able to combat, like, the big threats, the on-her that came down, the Neath. He really just had no answer at any time, and now it's going to be very hard for him to get back into this game. Zeus is going to be rooted as well, so he can't even reposition himself. I mean, this turn, what do you do as Zeus? I mean, you've just got to play the Blademaster, right? And now it can't even be killed. That's brutal too. It gets protected, which means it won't even be finished off by the Blademaster. It's going to be 1 damage short.
Exactly. I mean, Blademaster can take care of the Anhur and the Need. These are the biggest threats on board, but there's so much to take care of, and Blademaster can only attack 1 target. I would love to see the Protect on the Need, though, before attacking the Zeus, so the Need will have been at 4 health with a Protect and will have not died. It's a little misplay, you know, from Aralis, but like you just said, he's new to the game, and he's learning, and he's doing pretty well, except for, you know, these little timing misplays that you can do, like before attacking or after.
And you also only have 90 seconds on your turn, so sometimes you just forget about some things, or a lot of it sometimes I think is players change their mind on what they want to do. When it gets into these positions where you have a full board, there's so many more options you have, and you might change your mind halfway through playing or moving a couple minions, and that just might have been the case right there. But this Ice is just going to continue to clear this board. Blademaster's going to be down. Zeus is down to 8 health as well. And there's really, I mean, there's no option for Zeus here. I'm pretty sure this is going to be lethal next turn.
I mean, with 4 health, we're going to see a whole little misplay here from the Focus Blast trying to target a leader. But, you know, they're wording on some cards can change, and it can be a little bit confusing. But, you know, it's going to be taken care of as the game evolves, or it's going to be clearer for new players. But, you know, at least it didn't cost him the game. He is really healthy at 19 health, and he has a lot of board presence. I don't see a way out for Zeus.
I mean, he could move up, drop the Blademaster to kill the on-her, and then he'll be at, what is that? He'll be at 7 health, and that's still going to be lethal. I think that's game. I don't think he has an answer to do anything here, because he can't.
I mean, he needs an annihilation. That's what he needs, but he's on the wrong pantheon.
I don't think that's gonna happen. I'm pretty sure he doesn't really have an answer, and you can see Keck trying to figure it out. He's got to draw a card, I think, to see if he has another option. Maybe that's the best play. But right now, I mean, it's lethal on board. I mean, he has to draw. He just has to draw a card at this time.
I mean, I don't think there's any card that can help him because he needs health. That's what he's lacking right now. Blademaster is going to give him that. But, you know, Blademaster is a position where he couldn't block the vision padding from Isis, so she can just advance and finish off Zeus, and we're going to see the end of the game.
That's unfortunate there. But Aurelius is going to be moving on to the finals. You know, this is his first Tactics tournament, and he's already beat some big names. And he's actually going to be facing off against, I believe, Singularity, who was able to win the SMITE Tactics Weekly number 6. And we're on number 7, so he took the last competition, and he's been working his way up. How do you feel about Aurelius's play overall? Or do you feel like, I feel like a lot of this matchup, it was just kind of the card draws really favored one person in all 3 games, fairly heavily.
Well, I mean, you can see at the end of the game with Zeus there, he finished the game with 2 Ares and 2 Nike in his hand. And the 2 plays before, he put on board 2 Blademaster. So that was, you know, high drops after high drops. And yes, it can be really impactful in the late game, but when you're so behind on board because you didn't have these early drops on the game, it's really hard to come back from that.
And that's something you got to think about too when you're building your decks, is making sure to curve out. I mean, he had that was 4 7-drops and 2 6-drops. You're looking at, a pretty beefy deck, but if you do get in those spots where you just draw those early, it's hard to fight back into the game, especially as Greek, just because they don't, like we mentioned earlier, they don't really have a lot of the ranged characters to deal with stuff, or a lot of hard removal to clear stuff out outside of Judgment, which is a conditional 4 damage. You need 2 gods on the board. So overall, I think that might have been just the deck curved out a little bit too high for Keck, and he was just unfortunate in drawing those high mana cost minions at the end there.
Yeah, we see that the Isis deck was also really aggressive, with the double, the Cryptid Bowman, the Doom Speaker, the Anhur. I mean, the highest card that was played, I think, was Neath, if I can remember it right.
It was Neath. And then, he didn't even seem to have a lot of removal either. I mean, we didn't see a single execute. We saw the Focus Blast used, and I think a Sunder, and everything else felt minion-y, I believe. He might have used one other spell. I can't recall.
But that's the thing. When you have ranged minions on board, they act like a removal against melee units, and especially Anhur that we saw, locking down and stunning the Hades. Anhur is really rough to deal with, even if you have range units on board. Best answer here would have been something like, Thanatos or a Judgment, but like you said, Greek, if they lose the board, don't have a lot of tools to take it back.
Well, it was a strong matchup, but Aurelius in his first tournament going to be moving on to the finals. He's going to be facing off against Singularity, and we will be right back with that matchup. Hey guys, welcome back once again. We're into the finals. The finals are a best of 5 instead of a best of 3. Singularity going to be taking on Aurelius, who's just made a monstrous run, and he's now facing off against the returning champion, Singularity. So this should be a pretty exciting matchup here, and once again, we see this new walk come out from Aurelius. He really loves this deck.
Yeah, we can see that it's probably one of his strongest, and we're still gonna see Zeus on the other side. Singularity defending his title from last week, and this time we're not gonna see any white tigers coming down from Nuwa.
And right now the hand's not really doing it for Aurelius. He really just had no play there, so he just moves himself up, make sure he doesn't get in melee range of that Zeus. And the Zeus, Looks like he's going to be spawning his marksman, which is obviously one of the best 2-drops you can have as a Zeus. Nemesis doesn't really get as much value as a 2-drop early on. You don't really want to waste her. She feels more like an item or a spell card than anything.
Of course, Nemesis is an item on stick. You never want to play her on the turn 2, because she gets value from killing like Sun Wukong and big Uguays, you know, these high health targets. And it's going to be really interesting here that Nuwa choose to use the Hebois to recall the Archer instead of playing a Doom Speaker out of range of the Archer, because that Hebois is just going to get killed like the basic attack of Zeus.
And this, I think, really seems to be the play style of Aurelius more than anything. He just seems to be aggro, really tries to be aggressive, tries to go face. And I mean, we saw this deck earlier in the last match. What was it? The turn 7 or the 7 mana finish with the Dragon King and all the damage he had on board. So I think he's trying to go for that same style here, but it was just a perfect answer from Singularity being able to get that Thanatos down, and now Aurelius has to make a decision on what he wants to do. What do you feel is the best play here? Dropping a Ho Yi and making it hard for the Thanatos to move forward?
I mean, you definitely not want to recall that Thanatos, so you don't play with entire recall. But here is a matter, or do you prefer to have Ho Yi or Storm Guardian? Because both of them are 3 attack and 3 health. But the Storm Guardian get more range, but the Ho Yi can hit a second target. So it's really up to the player to choose what do you prefer. The most important thing was to play it out of range of the Thanatos, and that's exactly what he did.
And you can see right now, Zeus, not enough mana to drop that Medusa, but just going to finish off the Stone Guardian anyway. I'm assuming he's going to trade out there with his Zeus, so he's going to take a little bit of extra damage here. And this is one thing too that's happened: the health of leaders going up by 5 in the recent patch, and it's made it a little bit safer in the early game of a tactics match to trade out some health of your leader just to help board clear.
But it seems like Singularity knows the playstyle of Aurelius, because you saw early when he had the opportunity to play double marksman and kill the Hebois with a basic attack, he chose to play the Thanatos. So Singularity really playing defensively in this game. Interesting.
And you could see the Hebois once again for a marksman. I'm just really surprised that Aurelius is using his Hebois to clear out these low mana cost minions that probably aren't worth that much to recall, instead of saving it for some of the bigger drops that the Greek Pantheon has. I mean, he can't see Singularity's hand, but we know the Medusa's there. He's got a Blade Master as well. He probably runs a couple other big minions, probably an Inyo or at least a Nike. So it really feels like Aurelius wants to end this match early with how he's playing.
Well, you know, it really seems like his decks is like that also. We can see that he only has really low curve cards. Doom Speaker, Ho Yi, Recall, compared to the, you know, the other side when you see a Blade Master, Medusa, Aphrodite. They're, you know, he's much more, you know, he wants the hands that fast, and we can see it in his deck building also.
I think the best option here has got to be kill that marksman. The White Tiger, is that in range? 1, 2.
Yeah, it is in range.
Yeah, just in range, and then drop the Ho Yi. I think I would have preferred the Doom Speaker and Imperial Archer drop, and then kill the marksman in the back line. I think that would have been the better play.
Oh, he's gonna take the choke point instead, and just leave the Archer be. Which means that any god from Singularity right now will kill this White Tiger for free. Which is, I don't know, I really like your play about killing this Archer with a Tiger. And giving up that little spot where the White Tiger is. Interesting. We're gonna see how it pays off for Aurelius. And you know, Zeus, one thing that he can't do is to kill that Ho Yi. So he's going to have to be really careful about where he places units, as we see that he plays before moving, and that's the key to not put everything adjacent to each other. Scylla being charged is going to be able to move away from Zeus, so Aurelius doesn't get that extra value from the Ho Yi. And Scylla being a god, we can see that the White Tiger is going to go down, because the Archer got boosted by that, or the Marksman, should I say, sorry. And then Scylla's gonna finish up the Tiger, and she's gonna be a 4-2, and now she's gonna be able to compete with that Hou-Yi.
I think that was probably one of the best plays he had that turn. And now the Hou-Yi, you know, if it wants to try and take out the Scylla, it's gonna have to trade itself. Nuwa doesn't have enough damage to finish it off. There is a recall in hand of Aurelius if he wants to do that. He could also look at dropping an Imperial Archer and maybe trying to RNG, you know, but that would waste his transfusion. He doesn't really have a ton of plays right now, and Singularity has set up his gods and minions just perfectly to not be hit by that Hou-Yi.
Yeah, so here's the thing, right? Do you kill the 2-1 Archer with the Nuwa, and do you trade your Hou-Yi with the other Archer, and then you can recall the 4-2 Scylla, but then, you know, she can always come back and haunt you.
That was what I was talking about earlier. There's some gods and cards that you really don't want to invest a Hebo or a recall into, and I think Scylla is the prime example of one of those cards, because then you just open yourself up to getting Scylla comboed again off of recharge. I think you've got to trade into this 2-1 Marksman, just take a little damage right now. He has board control anyway, and that's I think that's what he's gonna do. Oh, he tried to get the RNG from the recall hit too, but doesn't happen. That's unfortunate.
So now again, what do? He recalled the Scylla, so keep in mind the Scylla is gonna be able to answer for that Hou-Yi if Singularity chooses to. The Cloud of Nuwa is gonna be countered by, you know, the mobility of Scylla. She doesn't have that much mobility. She only can move by 2, but her having charge means that she is, you know, she can move in range after being summoned, and then give you some vision on the stealth units.
I think Singularity should probably move 1 to the left to block off the other half of that choke point, so he doesn't get moved in and pressured into a wall, and then just drop the Scylla and probably take out the Hou-Yi, and then drop in. Actually, he could. No, the Scylla Afro combo won't be enough. Excuse me.
No, that would have been really, you know, that would have been really powerful though. Scylla just taking down everything and being healed by Aphrodite. So it's gonna choose to go with Blade Master. It's not a bad call because he just get healed, and you know the range from Hou-Yi and Nuwa is not gonna be enough to kill the Blade Master. And now Nuwa is gonna pick up a White Tiger, and like we said, her deck is really focused on the early game. Yeah, so yes, she can play all of her cards right now, but does she want to play them all? Like, do you play a Tiger and transfuse it to have a 4-mana 3/3, or do you want to hold it for the Chang'e?
I think you ignore. I don't know. This is a hard decision right now for Aurelius, because he really doesn't want to get behind on board, and the Nuwa is getting dangerously low on health. I think I would prefer to see him just. I don't know. Can you even trade? I guess you have to trade into the Blade Master. That's gotta be the call. Is just start chipping away at him, right?
Well, yes, but Blade Master only has 2 movements. So if the Hou-Yi doesn't move, Blade Master cannot get in range to attack the Hou-Yi. So now it means that
I think the thing is though, he wants to move the Nuwa as well, so it's not going to take 4 damage to the face. I think that's what he's trying to figure out. He can move,
he can move the Hou-Yi up the rock, and then the Nuwa where Hou-Yi is, and that will make it. And it's not going to be quite that. He's going to use the Tiger to try and block off, but where the Doom Speaker is standing is going to still get hit from the other side. And the Hou-Yi is going to be cleaned up by the basic attack of Zeus or by the Scylla. So I think he was out of time to think, because he take the whole 90 seconds in there to finish that turn. And, you know, with the time ticking, he didn't have much more to think of a better placement and better play than this.
And the Blade Master's just going to clear this out pretty cleanly. 8 mana. He could drop another Blade Master here, to be honest. But instead, that's just going to do Ares. Okay, so he's not going to take any return damage on this hit as well, which is nice. This is a really good spot for Singularity. That was a great play, dropping the Ares in the choke point, so he can't get pressured out, and then also stunning the Hou-Yi, so there's no return damage, so he stays at 18 health. And once again, we're seeing the struggles of this new WAD deck drawing a recall after a transfusion with really not a lot of value out of it. And there it is again, the recall being forced to use on a card he really doesn't want to. The Ares goes back in the hand, so there's no 3/8 body, but at the same time, he's just going to come out and stun someone on the next turn.
I mean, that's the game plan, right? You need to kill your opponent before he gets to the late game and has the bigger minions and the bigger spells. And that's why he's still attacking the Zeus, despite being 6 health lower than him. It's really interesting. But, you know, between the Blade Master and the Harrys here, there is not much that Aurelius gonna play to have the board back. I'm thinking like Sun Wukong will be something. Maybe Chang'e combined with that transfusion is gonna help him out. But you know, there's so much answers and powerful drops from Zeus from the other side that we can see that he can't see. That it's really scary.
And I think he's gonna Scion of Doom combo here and just put 6 damage into the new Wa. I like this play. You just, you know, Singularity is so healthy right now. You might as well just get him into lethal range this turn and then heal up your Zeus a little bit. He's also blocked in. He doesn't have a lot of movement, and he just has no answer. Chang'e's going to be dropped, and I think that's not going to be lethal. He can transfuse the White Tiger and finish off the Blade Master. I think he has to do that, right? That's the only
he has
play
no other choice.
Yeah, and then probably... Does he want to play Chang'e defensively, or would you rather see him dropping in that choke point?
I mean, both of your opponent's units are range, so at that point, I would have really loved to see it in the choke point, just to, you know, force the Zeus to go up and put a minion, because you never know, maybe Zeus didn't have any minion. It's really hard because, you know, most of the Greek decks are focused around that, but you never know. Maybe they were having some Deadbringers.
That's lethal.
You know.
Of course. He's got Fire Imp, Scylla for 1 damage, Zeus
and 2 on
Scion.
board.
Yeah, that's going to be lethal in game 1 to Singularity. I think he's just right now making sure he has it. I think this is a different way for lethal. Did he miss lethal?
Yeah, he missed lethal.
Oh no, Singularity missed lethal. He's still in a really good spot though. I don't think it's going to be very hard to come back into this one. You think
this is exactly what happened, you know, with Aurelius seeing the lethal with the Dragon King to finish off your opponent, while, you know, some players that play a little bit more really focus on the state of the board, and then he realized that he putting the Ares there removed his mana from finishing the game with the Scylla. The Blade Master is a great pickup. Will it be enough?
No, I don't think so. Because the White Tiger is blocked up from getting it, so he can Blade Master, but he can't kill the Ares at all, and he can't move the new Wa, so he can't set up a choke point. I think this is going to be game no matter what. There's really no play Aurelius has. But I mean, let's recap this game once again. It was just aggression coming out from Aurelius and great defensive play from Singularity, just answering everything that Aurelius put on the board each turn.
Oh yeah, that was you know, almost perfect defense. Zeus finishing with 4 less health than he started with, and you know, on top of that, he had the board for him. But you know, unfortunately, he's gonna run out of health, and that's gonna be the game.
And game 1 gonna be going over to Singularity. Remember, guys, this is a best of 5. Also, in this format, once you win with the deck, you cannot play it again. So we could still see the new deck coming out of Aurelius, but Singularity can no longer play his Greek Pantheon, so no Zeus deck. But we'll be right back and get straight into game 2. We're into game 3, everyone. Singularity up 1-0 right now. And once again, Aurelius going back to his new Awe deck. He loves this deck. But look at his hand right now. He's got 4 3-drops to start it off. And he actually keeps it. He doesn't mulligan anything. That's a little bit surprising. I think that might be a little bit of inexperience on his part as a newer player to Smite Tactics.
Well, he's going with the mana potion, so I would definitely love to have one of the Doom Speaker removed because, having 2 of the same card, especially a card that doesn't do anything for you, is not really, versatile. But playing the mana potion, being able to choose which of the minions you want, it's going to be really powerful. And the next turn, he's going to be able to, again, play another one of these drops. So you definitely can go with 2 3-mana options into your starting hand, but having 5, like we just see, that's a little bit much.
And yeah, he drew 2 more 3-drops after already having 3 3-drops in his hand. So it's going to be interesting to see how he responds to this. Just a Archer coming out, and that's actually out of range of the Doom Speaker. And he uses that Crescent Blade as well, so already making movements to kill out this Doom Speaker and just the defensive playstyle from Singularity.
That's a hard spot Aurelius is now, because that Doom Speaker, everything it's going to do is it's going to only push for, 3 damage to the Guan Yu. And if he don't decide to not attack, he's going to die to the Archer. He could go, with an Imperial Archer himself or a Chang'e. But, I don't know what the best play is because everything is so different, right? Chang'e is going to make it a heal, but it's weak later on unless you get a lucky transfusion. Imperial Archer is going to put pressure for the later turns if the next turn he wants Emperor's Prize and Manifold Blade. So it's really going to go up to decide what Aurelius' line of play he is here.
I think he just drops the Archer. I feel like that is probably the best play here. Is he actually 1, 2, 3, 4? He's actually in range to Nuwa and Manifold Blade. I don't know. This is a hard choice to make, I think, for Aurelius, and you could see him taking his time as well.
I would have loved him to not attack as fast because then, right now the Chang'e play is really weaker because the Archer is going to kill so he's going to decide to go with the Chang'e. I really love him to not attack with that Doom Speaker on board. He could have had 1 more health and maybe force the Guan Yu to attack that one instead of attacking the Chang'e, for example.
Or force him to use the Manifold Blade he has in hand or to generate a Crescent Blade with his ability. Yeah, and now it's going to die for free here, and we're probably going to see an Oogway just slammed onto the board unless he's worried about this Chang'e at all, which it doesn't seem he is. So the best play here has got to be Oogway. But instead, I think he is worried about the transfusion combo, so he uses a Manifold Blade on it. I think this is just the defensive playstyle that Singularity has, where he just really focuses on clearing board over anything else.
Yeah, we saw that late game, not playing again RNG to how will you deal after that with a 4/4 Chang'e wiping your board, right? So he say, I'm going to use my removal in case my opponent has the, a really good combo. So he's preemptively damaging that Chang'e. So we see now that there's not much Nuwa is going to be able to do. The Manifold Blade is going to be able to kill that Archer, and it's going to be pushing damage to this Chang'e. But now, if we see a transfusion side of things on Guan Yu, that could be really interesting.
And no, just a Sun Wukong draw. 1 mana short, though.
Well, Sun Wukong is a really powerful card next turn. So, right here, you have the possibility of putting Cyanum Doom to attack the Imperial Archer and a Crescent Blade to finishing him off. That will leave your opponent with only a Chang'e, and that next turn you have your Sun Wukong.
And I think that's what he's looking to do. He's getting in range. He might actually. That's probably the best choice. Just trade out your Chang'e a little bit there, and then do 1 damage to his Chang'e, so it's even less value for.
Using the Guan Yu is way better because now you can Emperor's Prize for 3 cards.
Oh yeah.
Get the value out of them.
That was insane value, actually. That was the best play. I was by far wrong on that one.
Yeah, so he's a little bit ahead on board. Aurelius though has 5 mana to develop whatever he wants. It's probably going to be in Ho Yi. But what do you attack? Do you attack the Chongar, or the Sign of Doom with your Nuwa, of course. Do you think he's gonna remove also one of the something with the Manifold Blade? No, right? You don't use it now.
There's no point now after he plays that. I'm actually surprised he even did that 1 damage to the Scion of Doom. Maybe he probably just expects to chip it away this turn if the Scion decides to attack him instead.
I mean, we're going to see here the Sun Wukong coming down probably, and killing that Chang'e, putting the Hou Yi to 1, and then finishing the Hou Yi with the Sign of Doom. I want to see that. That's exactly what's going to happen, and I think that was by far one of the best plays, because not only you remove everything from the board of your opponent, but you also you're asking for Aurelius with 2 cards in the hand, 3 because he's going to draw 1, to answer a 6/7 on board.
And the only thing he could have had to answer that is either more Manifold Blades, which he's already played both, so he doesn't have to worry about that, and Dragon King. Dragon King was the only thing that was going to be able to clear Sun Wukong this turn, and Singularity knows that. And is that lethal? I gotta figure. We messed up last time, so I gotta figure it out. That's, what is that? 6 damage from Dragon King, 6 damage from Sun Wukong. That's 12. And Manifold Blade, 13, 14, 15. He's just 2 damage short from lethal here.
He doesn't have enough mana. That's what he's missing.
Yeah, if he could get a little bit more mana for the Blade Master and Dragon King. That's not how that's gonna work. Instead, he just plays the Hebo, plays it down here. And he's probably just going to push this Sun Wukong just so he sets up lethal for next turn with Dragon King and Manifold Blade.
I would have loved a little bit better positioning from Singularity, putting the Sun Wukong to the left of Nuwa, the Guan Yu to the middle, and cornering her with a Nugui or a Stone Guardian from the other side. Would have put, Chang'e not be able to move, and only 1 spot for her to summon something.
I think we might have to see that same play here from Aurelius. He's probably going to have to move Nuwa to the right and put something in that choke point.
He decides to go and kill the Hebois. Now you're going to have to play your own Hebois to, either recall that Sun Wukong or that Stone Guardian. But recalling Sun Wukong, he's going to come down again and deal 2 damage if Singularity chooses to. And putting these Tigers in a strange position, because now the Sun Wukong just get more value, but the Dragon King in the hand will finish the game for Singularity.
And I think another game of draws for Aurelius, right? He has, 5 3-drops at the beginning of the game, and then he drew Manifold Blade in spots where he needed minions or gods, actually, excuse me. But that's one thing about Aurelius's deck, at least this new wall that we keep seeing, is that it curves out really low, and if he can't get massive board control in the first couple turns, the deck really falls off hard.
Yeah, exactly. We can give him that. He has consistency through the early game, but the late game, if you don't get ahead and if you can finish up pretty quick, it's getting a little messy, as we can see in this game.
All right, guys, that was Game 2, Singularity. Looking for one more win to close this one out. We'll be right back with Game 3. And we're back once again. Game 3, Singularity up 2-0 right now, trying to close out against Aurelius. And no more new Wa for Aurelius, though. It seems like he's finally switched off and going... Oh, no, excuse me. It's still the new Wa. I was looking at Singularity. So Singularity now on his Isis, though.
Yes, Aurelius is going to, keep playing the new Wa. If it works for the whole tournament, right, it's going to work again in the finals. Why changing? You don't change something that's not broken, sorry. But this time he has recall and transfusion for 2 mana, but he doesn't have the white tiger to put into play, or he actually goes first, so he's not going to be able to use neither of these cards, and it's going to put Singularity starting with a Decrepit Bowman. And now Nuwa in a hard spot to choose if she wants to play the Chang'e or the Manifold Blade into that Decrepit Bowman.
She could also just back up and drop the Chang'e playing defensively just to keep on curve. I don't think that's a bad play in this spot, but we just know the play
We know his play style.
We know his play style, and we both know that that's not going to happen after we've watched enough. And it's going to be the recall. I think I like the recall a little bit more, considering he has Transfusion, Chang'e, Dragon King, and Manifold Blade in hand. So he actually can go for a very burst style this game. He hasn't really had these type of cards, but he is going to need to start drawing something to answer whatever that Singularity is going to drop. And there goes the Bastet, which is by far one of the scariest 3 drops in the game.
Yeah, Bastet gets so much value because not only you have to kill her once, but you have to kill her twice because she actually spawns 3 cats. And the 3 cats, because there are 3 bodies, that means that you need 3 different attacks to kill it, unless you have something like an Essensus or a Bull-Demon King on board.
And the cats can really start to set up body blocks. They can be quite annoying right now. And we might see the Bastet just traded in here. And Departed, would you rather see a Bowman or a Warrior drop? Probably a Bowman, just to answer the Chang'e that's on board.
Exactly. You want to fight range unit with range unit, but if Ice is going to play, the Bowman, I want to see a shield on the Bastet, so she's still alive. That's what I want to see. Yeah, you don't want to just kill her for free. There you go. We're going to see the shield. That's exactly what I was talking about. And the Isis, I will probably attack the Chang'e since you don't take any return damage. And yeah, considering that Transfusion may be in the hand of your opponent, which in this case is exactly what Aurelius has on hand. And interesting to see that Singularity playing around Dragon King, or I don't know if it was intended, but positioning wise, it's pretty smart.
I think you have to. I mean, when you're facing off against a Guan Yu, a lot of players, if they have Dragon King, it's in their deck. And it does so much if you're not careful and you line your minions up. It's probably best to just always play around that card, I feel, once you start getting into 5-6 mana. Otherwise, you can essentially lose the game if you leave everyone on the same row.
It's definitely something you have to keep in mind when playing against Chinese. You can't assume to put everything in a single row and not playing around Dragon King. It's the same thing when you assume that the Chang'e could be transfused, and that's exactly why Chang'e is such a scary thing in this game.
I really like this play. I think this is a great play coming out from Aurelius. The only thing I'm not sure of, he's clearly trying to pressure. You could see him trying to decide, hovering over right now, whether he wants to go face and set up for lethal with Manifold Blade and Dragon King, or if he wants to get control of the board. And it's probably better to just go face, because we've seen Singularity's Isis, and it's very mid-rangey, and it really starts stacking out a lot of minions if you're not careful and leave them on board. So, it's just like, this new wall hasn't been able to answer minions, and instead I think just going for lethal is the better option.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's his style of play, especially the Dragon King Manifold Blade. That's a lot of burst. And even if Chang'e would have killed that 2/2, then Nuwa could only kill one of the 2 Bowmen left, and then the other Chang'e would have died to the last Decrepit Fracture on board. So it was the blessed play for him, but Singularity having so much answers in his hand right now that no matter what Aurelius chose, he was going to lose his whole board.
And I'm actually surprised Singularity traded into the new wall there instead of just trying to survive and making sure his health stayed upwards, just because we know how much burst a Nuwa or a Guan can have in hand. And now Aurelius is probably just going to slam Uguay here and finish off this marksman. Oh, no, he's going full face. He's committing to this. He's just ignoring that marksman at this point. Or the decrepit bowman, excuse me.
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is, that's a little bit like Bastet. If you attack him once, then you have to kill the 2 little ones once. So you're investing 3 attacks over 3 turns, and that could have just pushed 3 damage to Ice's face. That's exactly what he's gonna choose. Just going for the face, especially with that Dragon King. If the Huwei doesn't die here, if Singularity doesn't respect the Dragon King, he's gonna die for it. And what does he have in hand? He doesn't have much.
He's 1 short of the Blade Master right now, so he's gonna set up a body blocker, I'm pretty sure, here, and then just drop probably a departed, I would probably drop a decrepit bowman, so if that gets killed, it spawns 2 more 1/1s, which is exactly what he's gonna do.
Yeah, but with the Dragon King, it's gonna be able to, yeah, I think Dragon King, that's GG with Dragon King, right? Because Dragon King deals 3 to the Archer, then depending where the Archer spawns, you can basic attack with the Nuiwa and finish up with the Huwei.
Yeah,
right?
It depends, but it could set up 2 blockers. Instead, it looks like he's just going to play it safe, and he plays the hero. Yeah, that was potential lethal, but I think he wanted to play a little bit safer. And you can
He's
see
at 15 health.
He's just going to keep pumping in damage. Yeah, this is almost game. There's a Blade Master in hand for Singularity, which is going to have to come out next turn.
Exactly. He needs to stabilize. He needs to heal. He has 2 decrepit bowmen on board, so one can kill the the Hebois. The other one can put some body blocks, because even if he dies, he's still gonna be body blocking for the Isis, and the Isis is gonna be able to kill that Huwei who has 1 health left.
And I think he's debated. Yeah, I think he's just gonna go face, but there's really not much need, and the Blade Master has got to come out this turn, and he's going to trade effectively with the Hebo and take out the Uguay, and that's going to be 7 life. I think that's game. I don't think he can. I think that's game. He can't move far away enough from the Nuwa.
I would have loved to see that that Archer body luck for the Isis. I mean, it's going to be cleared by the Blade Master. I mean, it seems. Yeah, it's gonna be lethal. Yeah, because the Dragon King plus the Nuwa is gonna be enough.
He's just gonna be just short.
Oh my god! So that was almost a body block from that
close.
Archer.
If he got that yeah, that was so close. GG's though, Aurelius. His Nuwa paid off. He really wanted to win with that deck, and he did. So now I'm excited to see Aurelius's other decks, because we haven't really seen him play too much. I'm pretty sure it's been this Nuwa 4 out of the 5 games we've watched him.
Yeah, he played. He always played Nuwa until he won with the deck.
Yeah, and then I think he had the mid-range Isis as well that we saw in the previous matchup. But we're gonna be right back, guys, and head straight into Game 4. Welcome back, everyone. It is Game 4 of the finals of the SMITE Tactics Weekly Tournament. We're in the 7th installment. Defending champion Singularity right now up 2-1 against the newcomer Aurelius. In his first tournament has made a run all the way to the finals and taken a game off Singularity as well. So this has been an exciting tournament, Deathwalker.
Indeed, we're going to see in the last matchup Isis versus Isis. And it's going to be really interesting, especially that Aurelius, we can see again a lot of tree drops in hand.
Yeah, and he's also got a Fist of the Gods as well, so a little bit of control in his deck that you don't really see other players run too often. Singularity, though, he doesn't really have a super strong turn 1 play since Fire Imp got nerfed to be 2 mana, so he can't really go directly for those pots and also keep his Fire Imp alive. So I'm assuming here on his first turn, he's just going to run and do a little bit of damage to a pot. I mean, I don't know what other play he would make here.
I mean, there's two choices. Either you keep that Fire Imp as a removal tool, or you try and get, attacking an urn with the Fire Imp, and the Isis will give you the urn. And you have 50% chance of having the urn of health. If you actually get it, then you have a 2/3 on board, which is not bad. 2 mana for a 2/3. I will gladly take that.
Is it worth the investment, though? Or the risk?
Well, that's the thing. It's 50% chance, and he decides to play it safe. So we're not going to see that. And now, Aurelius himself doesn't have a strong 2-drops, but with the mana potion, he will open his options to, playing the Decrepit Bowman, and I like that. You want to prioritize the range units before the melee units, because it's harder to put spawn things out of range of the range units, because they can basically move for 6 between 2 of movement and 4 range, compared to the melees who can move for 4 between 3 movement and 1 range.
And you can see saving that Fire Imp really paying off there. Just gonna clear out that Bowman and also take out the other one of the archers that spawned. And that also made it, that play there with the Decrepit Bowman also made it impossible to get that Bastet out because you knew it was going to get traded for free. So smart plays from both players there.
Yeah, we see that he chose to go and put that Bowman in the top, bottom right corner, and have control of that urn. So later in the game, these urn can be really game breaking if you already have a big threat on board and you adding Elt on that, or if you want to trade up with a little minion and then you have an urn attack, always helps. So these urns, they're part of the game and you can't ignore them.
And yeah, I think it's so interesting seeing these matches, especially in mid-range and control, on when players try to invest resources into going for the urns, and sometimes going for that lucky, oh, I really need the health urn, and it doesn't pay out, and you leave a minion on board that's not as strong. Instead, though, Singularity this turn just going to be playing defensively. He doesn't really have a lot in his hand to play aggressively, especially when he's up against 2 ranged characters, so it's a little bit... he's probably a little bit hesitant to drop a Bastet and try and go aggressive.
I mean, so here's the thing, right? Yes, you have a Doom Speaker out of range of the Khepri as Singularity, but what that Doom Speaker can do is basically take the middle urn for free and be in a spot that the next turn is going to be able to deal damage to that Khepri. It's going to be interesting to see if he decides to take the urn or to push damage in the face of the Isis.
Well, he's going to take the bottom urn, and I think based on what card he gets here, make a new choice. So now the Doom Speaker has 5 health if he wants. He does have to worry about an execute, and he's actually just going to go face.
Yeah.
How do you feel about this play, Deathwalker? Just stunning the Khepri and going full aggro?
Well, I really like that, right? Because, by stunning the Khepri, Isis right now needs to deal with these 2 little minions, which doesn't really have a lot, right? You don't really want to use an execute on a 3-drop, but at the same time, these little minions could add up damage really, really fast. It's going to be able to take the Khepri with only 1 attack if he wants to on the next turn, and the Magnus Sam is going to be able to, put some damage into it if he doesn't want to use the minions to attack it, because the passive of Steropes, getting +2 attack against minions won't be really useful against the Khepri here. So he has a lot of choices again with the playstyle that he's playing. It's going to be interesting to decide what is the priority right now.
And I like Singularity's play there. I think that was his absolute best play, I think, by the book. Just backing his Isis up, setting up a body blocker with the Bastet as well, and then dropping the Protect on the Khepri, considering that Doom Speaker and Stare-Ups are just going to go straight through the Protect if it went to the Bastet. They just have that extra little damage here. And now, do you think this is just going to get Magma Slammed and kill the Khepri off in this situation?
Well,
Oh, actually, no, that's just short. That won't be enough because the Protect won.
Yeah, exactly. You're gonna have to invest both of the attacks of your minions, and you don't really want to do that. But at the same time, Khepri can have so much value with his AoE line attack. You're gonna have to position your minions in order so your opponent doesn't get the value from that. And he's gonna use the Shield of Isis to at least get some free damage on that Khepri. And now, I really want him to use the Answer and play that in the back, because everything that Singularity has right now was melee, and playing that Hunter being ranged with put a lot of pressure on Isis Singularity, but he's gonna choose to opt with a Magma Slam and still have strong control of the board, and on the urns also at the same time. And now it's going to be Singularity with only a Bastet on board to see what he's going to do to take the game back.
What do you think would have been the better play there? Do you agree with what he did, killing out the Khepri, or would you really have rather seen that on her?
Well, the Khepri didn't do a lot of damage to your army, only attacking 1 damage onto the Stirrup. So it was kind of a free Khepri kill, so it's not bad. But at the same time, you're wasting your time because you have an aggro mid-rangey deck, right? So you have to go and deal damage to that Isis, which was the Anhur, if would have been played, could have put damage onto Isis turn after turn until the Isis decides to invest to kill it. So I cannot see it was a bad play, free killing a Khepri, but it was no follow-up for Isis because he had to invest the removal from Magma Slam. And like we see, he's starting to lose his army slowly but surely, only having the Decrepit Fracture on the board at the moment.
And he's going to have 6 mana this turn too, so he's not even going to be able to play two of his minions. He's only going to be able to play 1 and then drop a Protect on it. And he can't even kill out that Bastet because he doesn't have enough damage with that Protect. This is a rough spot for Aurelius now. I think he's going to have to switch to playing this a little bit more defensively now.
We can see that both players are kind of even in cards, but the ward coming from Singularity side of things is going to give him a lot of advantage, especially that he's going to be able to play it on the same term as Bastet. So not only will gain card advantage, but also putting something onto board to either defend itself or to put some pressure into the Bastet. We're going to see here the Fangway being played, a card that we don't see a lot these days.
Immune Dispels, though, is really good in this Egyptian matchup, so there's not an answer that Singularity has right now. His ward actually drew another ward. I don't know if that's good or bad. How would you feel about that if your ward drew another ward?
Well, you definitely spend 3 mana to only draw 1 effective card. With in the first play, you could just draw that card. So, it's a little bit of a waste, but at the same time, you're going through your deck faster, so you're gonna get these better cards that are not the wards faster into your hand. And we can see that the Decrepit Bowman being played there is gonna ensure that it's gonna kill the Fangway in the next turn, unless Aurelius finds a way, in one of the next draws to kill that Bowman, because you don't want to trade your Fangway, who's a 5 mana minion, against the Decrepit Bowman, who's a 3 mana minion, and also that Bowman. Exactly.
Yeah. And nothing going to be drawn here, so he can trade it out by using Isis's ability to give Protect 1 to Fanway, so he's going to take 1 less damage. And I like that play more than anything, actually. And then he just gets the on her on board and starts developing. I think that's the best option. But it looks like he's trying to move the Fanway way back. Yeah, that's surprising. I think I would have really liked to see the Isis put her Protect onto the Fanway and trade out that Decrepit Bowman.
Yeah, because everything would have one power from the side of Singularity, and the Bastet was out of range, the only one with more than one power. So that was definitely a free kill, and he could have played, like you said, an Anfer to follow up that and put some pressure on the board. But we're gonna see a different choice here from Aurelius, opting to playing it safe and to back off his Fangway and to develop two threats instead of one on the board.
Oh, that's brutal. Singularity just he just top decked an Anubis. And the Cats should be able to clear out these pots as well. Where do you think it's going to play the Anubis? Just on that bottom row, I would assume?
Oh my god, the cat. I mean, I would have played it where the cat is, but he can put, like, just in the bottom of the cat, getting the value from there. And then with a little bit of luck, he's going to kill one of the archer. Yeah, because it always spawn when the bowman dies. So he's going to be able also to trade off with, yeah, exactly. And that's really paying off right now for Singularity. And if we look at Aurelius' hand right now, he doesn't have anything to deal with Anubis. And that's going to be really hard, especially with your board consists on 2/1/1 archers.
I think he's going to regret not playing that on her sooner. And the Chao Feng is just going to get insta-killed as well. Chao Feng obviously is immune to melee damage, but that Anubis has 4 damage, so just enough to kill him. And this is going to be a really rough spot for Aurelius. Do you think it's possible for him to recover from this after that Anubis has been slammed?
I mean, the only way in the combat here will be an execute, because Anubis right now with that shield, basically, none of your one attack units can deal damage to the Anubis, which means that your Blade Master cannot finish him off, which means that it's the only answer was an execute, right? And then in the next turn, Singularity, when he's gonna know that Aurelius couldn't kill the Anubis with the execute, he has an earn health and earn an attack that he can put on his Anubis to being even a bigger threat because he couldn't do anything last turn. It's gonna be really interesting to see what's gonna be Aurelius, defensive playstyle, because he definitely is switched to defensive. He needs to he can't go all face with that Blade Master at this point of time. He's gonna be forced to trade on board, like we said, with these archers. He's gonna be able to clear some cats and one of the Decrepit Fracture, and seems like he's gonna continue going face with that. I would really love to see the shield coming down on the Blade Master before trading, maybe.
Or
he could. Because it's gonna put it after.
Oh no. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, a little bit misplay. But it's not that big of a deal. We see that Singularity has the execute on his hand. He has his own Blade Master if he wants to fight fire with fire, and he has so much choices right now. He can even play the ward if he doesn't like what he has in hand. But the execute here seems pretty powerful since nothing else on your board can kill it.
I think he could also just slam Anubis into the Blade Master, and then back up and finish it off with his Isis if he adds the Urn of Attack to the Anubis, and I think that's exactly what he's gonna do.
Seems like he's gonna use the Blade Master
and the
against it. Exactly. Which is not a bad choice at the same time. Clearing off the rest of the minions. And leaving. I mean, he has such a strong board right now. The Blade Master, the Isis having the same movement as the Blade Master is not going to be able to avoid the damage. The Anubis right there. Sorry.
Something important to mention. If he had added that shield to the Blade Master before he attacked, that play would not have been possible from Singularity because he would have been 1 damage short. So small misplays when it comes down to the wire can really affect how the game plays out.
Oh, of course. One damage, you know, if he couldn't, if it there wasn't from the shield on the Anubis, if Singularity would have forgot to put the shield on the Anubis to turn ago, that Anubis would have gone down, and then he couldn't kill that Blade Master unless he used the execute. That means who couldn't play the Blade Master to have the board control. Who it snowballs a lot from only one health on a minion.
And yeah, and I mean we've seen a couple misplays from both of these players. I think. In this tournament so far. Aurelia's probably gonna have to focus blast. He does away the Blade Master, and I mean he's probably got to play the on her so he can get damage back on the Anubis if he does attack, and then he's just gonna finish off that one Decrepit Bowman and just shield up his on her.
I mean, we can see here that he is really holding down to his life, but so many cards, so many choices from Singularity. He still has a ward if he wants to have more options here. This deck choice, we don't see it on every deck right now, but the wards really paid off for Singularity in this game. And as we can see, we're going to see the Urn of Health and the Urn of Attack being played on the Anubis, since there was no answer from Aurelius in the past turns.
And that might be lethal 13, 14, 15. So that's going to be game, I think.
Yeah, the Fire Giant and the Aurelius is exactly lethal on the Isis right now. You know, Anubis is range and the Fire Giant can just go straight up. He realized that. And it's going to be GG.
Yeah, and Singularity going to come out on top 3-1 over Aurelius in the end. Exciting matchup here. I mean, I think Aurelius, considering he has only played for 1 to 2 weeks and doesn't have all the cards, did a really good job making it this far.
Oh yeah, he did an amazing job. You know, we saw a little bit misplays of the Isis shields, but you know, once he get that, his gameplay is going to be a little bit better and more consistent. And once he gets more cards, just like Singularity, he's going to be, you know, somebody that you don't want to face in tournaments.
Well, that's going to be it for the tournament. Deathwalker, thank you so much for joining me. Also, shout-outs to both Sinbreed, a.k.a. Billy Bob Bacon, and Nuka as well, who casted some of the earlier games in this tournament. We really appreciate it. That's going to be it from us, though. Thanks for watching the SMITE Tactics Weekly Tournament. It's been the 7th installment, and look forward for more Tactics action in the future.